Chapter 369. Currently, Ziyue had quite a number of storage pouches on him, at least 30 of them in total. There were also large and small spaces. Combining all of them together, it was only the size of Taoist Lu Ju's storage pouch. Of course, compared to this space, the things inside were indeed very little. Golden Jade Book, Spiritual Wood Bamboo Scroll, Jade Scroll, Bee Skin Book, they're all things that record books. Ziyue was shocked, but he also felt pleasantly surprised. Because he had a lot of gains, he did not lack spirit treasures. Even spirit stones, he did not care much about them at this time. But books and Jade Scroll that recorded knowledge were more important to him, because this was the foundation of a cultivator's true strength. If not for the many techniques he inherited, even if he had a heaven-defying item like the attribute panel, he would not be able to reach his current level. 9 Suns Pill Refining Technique, 6 Ju Pill Refining Technique, Golden Jade Pill Book, Water Pill Refining Technique, Awakening Spirit Pill Recipe, Morning Dew Pill Recipe, Life Prolonging Pill Recipe. Chiman Duanjia, Formation Truth Explanation, Qian Kuan Fortune Formation Method, Taoist Guyu's Knowledge on Weapon Refining, 36 Heavenly Dipper Restrictions Detailed Explanation, Introduction to Puppetry, Puppetry Ancient Book, Rune Encyclopedia, 8 Methods of Talismans, Comparison of Ancient and Modern Divine Texts, Heavenly Book. Ziyue was stunned. Countless unfamiliar knowledge flashed through his mind one by one, as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. It really made him feel like his horizons had been broadened. Compared to this, he found that the knowledge he came into contact with was too narrow. One after another, vast worlds suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. After a long while, he finally calmed down and began to analyze and compare the hundreds of records in the storage pouch, reclassifying the information that was useful to him. In terms of alchemy, if I were to focus on it, I would be able to raise my alchemy rank from high 2nd grade alchemist to high 3rd grade alchemist by relying on alchemy techniques like the 9 Suns alchemy technique. Along with it, there are many pill recipes. For example, 2nd grade has Awakening Spirit Pill, Morning Dew Pill, Great Recovery Pill. 3rd grade has Life Prolonging Pill, Golden Spirit Detoxifying Pill, Recovery Pill. In terms of weapon refining, I can raise it to early 3rd grade. In terms of formations, it could be upgraded to the middle of the 3rd grade. The Tao of Talismans was at the high 2nd grade. The Path of Puppetry is advanced 2nd grade. With such a division, Ziyue became much more clear-headed. He couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Originally, when he heard those cultivators talking about him and thought that he was stronger than Taoist Master Lu Ju, he actually acknowledged and felt proud in his heart. But now that he had truly seen the other party's collection and achievements, he couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps in terms of strength, he was indeed slightly superior to Taoist Lu Ju, but in other aspects he was far inferior. Even in the aspect of alchemy, which he was most proud of, he was probably far inferior to Taoist Master Lu Ju. Not to mention, the other party was an expert in the Tao of weapon forging, puppetry, formation, talisman, and ancient language. Secretly alert, Ziyue continued to check the Jade Map Eyes and various Jade books, spiritual wood, bamboo slips, and other items. Soon, he made another discovery. Taoist Master Lu Ju is from the Zhuodao sect, a vassal of the Celestial Spirit sect. There were indeed stronger existences above the God realm. Golden Elixir realm, Primordial Soul realm. The total number of apertures in the aperture opening realm was indeed clearly detected by someone. There were actually 1,296 apertures. Ziyue quickly browsed through a lot of information, and his mind was shaken. After a while, his expression gradually calmed down, but his mind couldn't help but waver. This time, the Harvest and Taoist Master Lu Ju's storage bag was, in his opinion, huge. Although there were no records of cultivation methods or spells, and even the number of apertures that he grasped didn't increase. After all, although it mentioned that there were 1,296 apertures, it didn't really record the location of every aperture. However, there were many records that were of great help to him. Not only did it allow him to have a certain degree of understanding of the outer region, but it also allowed him to have a clear goal and know the depth of the cultivation realm. He also knew the limits of the aperture opening realm, 1,296 apertures. In comparison, the total number of apertures that he had collected was still far from enough. After a few days of pondering, I already have a certain understanding of the divine ability of shrinking distance. It just so happens that this place is still a few days away from the Choyang sect, and I can use this divine ability to travel and cultivate at the same time. Zua thought in his heart, and the flying shuttle immediately descended. Taking a deep breath, Zua's heart was as clear as a mirror. He concealed his spirit and chi, and gradually relaxed his body and mind, and slowly reached a state of thoughtlessness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the immortal martial elemental energy and divine sense in his body were stirred at the same time. As they merged, a series of mysterious techniques flashed through his mind. Buzz! Zua's immortal martial elemental energy and divine sense were consumed at the same time, and his feet felt light. He suddenly felt extremely light, and he quickly stepped out. Whoosh! Like a flickering light, his body disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 feet away. Is this the power of the divine ability? What a fast speed! However, this is my first time using it, and my control is not enough. The direction is not accurate, and my divine sense and immortal martial elemental energy are not compatible. Zua was slightly excited, and soon he began to silently think about his shortcomings. When it came to cultivation, he would never be careless in the slightest. Even though he knew that after entering the sect, he could rely on the attribute panel to improve, but before entering the sect, he was like an ascetic, constantly cultivating, constantly thinking, constantly improving, and constantly improving. After the first time, Zua quickly began to use the divine ability for the second time. After a slight pause, he used it for the third time, the fourth time, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body also flew through the forest, the plains, the sand dunes, the river, and other places. In order to avoid attracting attention, he directly used the invisibility technique. Under the invisibility technique, ordinary people would not be able to find him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, when Zua's primordial energy and divine sense were exhausted, he would take out spirit stones to replenish them. When he recovered, he continued to travel day and night. Finally, after 5 days, his body appeared in a swamp. Spiritual energy +5, +45, +47, +3, +86, +1762, +582. Feeling that his spiritual energy was increasing bit by bit, Zua could not help but smile. I've arrived at the remote Cloud Mountain swamp. Looking from afar, the mountain gate could be vaguely seen. Zua finally stopped using the distance, shrinking divine ability. Then, with a sway of his body, he revealed his figure and cultivation. After thinking about it, Zua made some slight adjustments and maintained his cultivation at the peak of the early stage of the Enlightenment realm. Then, he used an ordinary light body technique and went straight to the mountain gate of the Morning Sun sect. As he hurried, Zua glanced at the attribute panel. During this period of time, he had been cultivating diligently. Apart from the distance, shrinking divine ability, he would also cultivate the great observation technique from time to time. Occasionally, when he stopped to rest, he did not give up on the cultivation of the 3 killing curses. This was why his abilities and spells all had some improvements. Among them, the most important was the distance shrinking divine ability. Perhaps because he had the divine movement earth burrowing technique as a foundation, he always had some enlightenment by analogy, so his progress was not low. After 5 days of tireless cultivation, he had cultivated it to 68% of the uninitiated level. Almost every day, he would be able to increase it by 13%. The results were gratifying. As for the great observation technique, perhaps because he had not used it much, its progress was not as good as the divine ability. Now, it was only 37% of the uninitiated level. It was estimated that it would take a few days longer than the divine ability technique. However, it was worth mentioning that the great observation technique was indeed a marvelous technique among the detection techniques. When he met an early-stage enlightening immortal master by chance, he used it with the intention of trying it out. Not only did he easily see through the immortal master's cultivation level, but he also saw some of the weaknesses in the immortal master's spirit power. Of course, what really surprised him was that with the help of this technique, he could vaguely see the number of lit acupoints in the immortal master's body. Although it was very vague, and he could not even see the specific location, the exact number of lit acupoints could not escape his eyes. As for the 3 killing curses, his progress was not great, but he had officially cultivated them to 50% of the uninitiated level. Among them, the spirit-shattering technique was 58% of the uninitiated level. The body-splitting technique was 57% of the uninitiated level. As for the divine annihilation technique, it was obviously more difficult to cultivate, but it was only 50% of the uninitiated level. The scene in the Morning Sun sect did not look any different from when he left. However, when he walked on the Morning Sun peak, he quickly sensed something unusual among the many disciples. There was a hint of excitement, restlessness, and yearning in their expressions. He could not help but begin to listen. Soon, some of the conversations entered his ears. The gale in the astral wind canyon has stopped for 13 days. According to the usual practice, the warship from the foreign domain will arrive in 7 days. I heard that the sect leader has already set off to the astral wind canyon to welcome them. The competition for the 12 slots this time will be held in the ancient desolation city, as usual. It seems like 2 disciples from our sect will participate. Who are they? The sect leader's true disciple, Duan Xingchen, is Martial Uncle Duan. I heard that Martial Uncle Duan has already reached the late stage enlightening level, so he has a high chance of winning. The other one is the grandnephew of the sect's grand elder, Martial Uncle Qin Feiyu. Although he's only in the middle stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, it's said that Martial Uncle Qin and Martial Uncle Duan fought half a year ago, and Martial Uncle Qin won. It's a pity that the sect leader ordered us not to go without permission. Otherwise, I would really want to go and watch the competition. That's normal. I heard that there will be the Qian Kingdom, Wu Kingdom, and Nanman Kingdom. Countless immortal cultivation sects, immortal cultivation clans, and even the younger generation of rogue cultivators will go and participate in the competition. There will also be various cunning cultivators, powerful cultivators from opposing forces, Nanman Kingdom and Wu Kingdom's men of sacrifice, and even fiendish cultivators and heretic cultivators who will take the opportunity to assassinate them. There will be all sorts of people, and it will be very dangerous. Without the protection of the sect elders, with our strength, we will probably be killed and buried in the wilderness before we can really enter the ancient desolation city. Ziyue's expression changed slightly, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He had almost forgotten about the arrival of the powerful cultivators from the foreign domain due to his continuous cultivation. Now, it seemed that they would really enter this domain in 7 days. Then, they would choose the 12 genius disciples from the ancient desolation city who could follow them to the foreign domain. It seems that I don't have much time left. Chapter 370. After returning to the mountain gate, Ziyue first submitted the return receipt to the Internal Affairs Pavilion and went straight to his cave residence. Immortal Bai, you are back. Hello, Immortal Bai. As soon as Ziyue returned to the cave residence, 2 surprised shouts came. Gao Ming and Fu Yongyu quickly put down the work in their hands and quickly greeted him. It seems that during my absence, you have taken good care of the spiritual field. Ziyue smiled slightly. The spiritual rice planted in the spiritual field in the distance was now lush, and the spiritual rice was faintly bearing fruit. Obviously, it was growing very well. On the other side, although the spirit-gathering tree was still in the seedling state, it had the preliminary effect of gathering spiritual energy, making the surrounding spiritual energy quite abundant. We dare not neglect Immortal Bai's instructions. Gao Ming hurriedly said. Immortal Bai, since you are back this time, you won't leave, right? Fu Yongyu also asked quickly. I won't stay for a few days. I just happened to come back for something. Ziyue waved his hand and said, By the way, Immortal Bai, a little girl came over a few days ago. She said her name was Zhao Yu'er. She seemed to want to say goodbye to you. She also left a wooden box for you. We didn't dare to act rashly, so we put it away first. Fu Yongyu seemed to suddenly think of something and quickly ran to the bamboo house where he lived. He quickly took out a wooden box and handed it over. Zhao Yue, goodbye. Bai Ziyue frowned and hurriedly received the wooden box. This was a red sandalwood wooden box, 1 foot long and 2 inches high. There were 2 enchantments on it, one big and one small. The small enchantment looked immature. Obviously, it was set by Zhao Yue herself. As for the bigger enchantment, it had a certain amount of power. If an ordinary person tried to break it by force, not only would it be difficult to succeed, but it would automatically destroy the things in the wooden box, and it would also backfire. Its power was at least equivalent to the full blow of a cultivator who had just entered the aperture awakening realm. Obviously, this big enchantment should be left by Zhao Yu'er's master, Zhu Shuizhen. The enchantment was intact, so no one had opened it. After giving his thanks, Ziyue stepped into the cave under the gazes of the two who were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Ziyue looked at the wooden box in front of him in confusion. He did not hesitate and directly used the restriction breaking technique to open the restriction. 3 to 5 minutes later, the restriction was broken, and he opened the wooden box. Spirit stones? And another jade map? Ziyue blinked in confusion. There weren't many spirit stones. 2 mid-grade spirit stones and 37 low-grade spirit stones added up to 237 low-grade spirit stones. He vaguely had some guesses. He quickly scanned the jade with his divine sense and immediately received the information in the eye jade slip. Then, he narrowed his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also inexplicably moved. I didn't expect that the little fellow had been secretly accumulating spirit stones for me. Ziyue couldn't help but think of the scene when he first joined the Choyang sect. Zhao Yue chose to worship Zhu Shuizhen as her master because she was willing to lend him 10,000 karma points. At that time, he thought it was just her childish words. He didn't expect that she would take it as her own motto and keep it in mind. Although he broke through to the aperture enlightening realm with his own ability, Zhao Yue had been silently accumulating spirit stones little by little, suddenly felt that the 237 low-grade spirit stones seemed a little heavy. By the way, leave? I hope it's not too late. Ziyue seemed to suddenly think of something. He was shocked and quickly walked out of the cave and went straight to the Hall of Inheritance, where Zhao Yu'er's master, Zhu Shuizhen, was. In the jade map, although Zhao Yue said goodbye, she didn't say what the reason was. She was so sincere. As her brother, he naturally had to go with her. The Chaoyang sect covered a large area, but with his speed, it didn't take long for him to use the light body technique. Soon, a quaint and tall palace appeared in front of him. Hall of Inheritance. Here, in fact, was where many disciples of the Chaoyang sect cultivated. Ziyue had never been here because he was a rogue cultivator and entered the sect. He had always adhered to his own cultivation philosophy. Big brother, Zhao Yue, looked at Ziyue with an excited face and said cheerfully. When she heard from her master that Ziyue was already at the door of the cave and was about to visit, she hurriedly rushed over and welcomed him excitedly. When the little girl heard that you were coming, she was so excited that she ran over in one breath. Zhu Shuizhen followed behind her and said with a smile, Big brother hasn't come to see me for a long time. Zhao Yue said in low spirits. Didn't I come to see you? Ziyue smiled slightly, touched Zhao Yu'er's head, and said, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, Lil Yu has grown a little taller, and your cultivation progress is not small. I have broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. Zhao Yue immediately raised her head and said proudly. Ziyue nodded, looked at Zhu Shuizhen and said, Thank you, Immortal Zhu. She is my disciple, and I will definitely teach her with all my heart. To be able to make such progress, it was also related to her talent. It's a pity that I can't teach her for too long. Zhu Shuizhen shook her head and said with a little sadness, "By the way, I received the wooden box that you were left me before." What did she mean by saying that she was leaving? Ziyue said, staring at Zhao Yu'er, and said, "Take back the spirit stones inside. Do you think I lack these things?" "No, this is my gift to Big Brother." Zhao Yu'er hurriedly hid her hands behind her back and said. Ziyue was helpless. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then I'll give you something in return. You can't refuse. I've set up a restriction on it. When you unlock it, you'll be able to see the gift inside. I hope you can unlock it with your own ability. Do you understand?" With that, he took out a storage bag and handed it over. "Okay," Zhao Yu'er hurriedly responded. Seeing this, Zhu Shuizhen smiled slightly, showing a trace of affection. Then she said, "Yu'er is usually soft and weak, but she is very strong. Now that you said so, she will definitely set it as her goal for a long time. As for the gift, I guess she should remember that you wanted the barrier-breaking pill and the enlightenment pill, so she's been accumulating spirit stones to help you. So, this little ingrate even secretly sold some of the rewards I gave her in exchange for spirit stones. In addition, she also secretly took some small tasks to help people nourish the spiritual medicine seeds and engrave low-level restrictions to earn spirit stones. Speaking of this, Zhu Shuizhen's face showed a trace of helplessness. Zhao Yu'er blushed, lowered her head slightly, and didn't speak. As for leaving, Zhu Shuizhen pondered for a while before saying, "You should know about the competition for the 12 places when people from the outer region arrive. Every 30 years, the heavenly spirit sect from the outer region will sail a warship and come here. They will select 12 outstanding cultivators under the age of 50 to join the heavenly spirit sect and go to the outer region together. Yu'er's talent is so strong that she is one in a million among those who have the aptitude for immortal cultivation. Even if her strength is not enough to compete for a place, her talent trumps everything. She will definitely be able to occupy one of the places. That's why she wants to say goodbye to you, because it won't be long before she steps on the heavenly spirit sect's warship and goes to the outer region." "I see." Ziyue suddenly understood and was overjoyed. He had already decided to compete for one of the 12 places. If he could have Zhao Yu'er as his companion, it could be considered a good thing. Of course, the premise of all this is that we can smoothly reach the ancient barren city and not be killed. Now in the outside world, there are endless assassination methods for genius disciples. During this period of time, the number of potential powerhouses who have died is more than 10. It just so happens that fellow cultivator Bai is back. I wonder if you would be willing to escort you to the ancient barren city together? Immediately after, Zhu Shuizhen's tone changed, and she suggested again. She also saw that Ziyue was also at the peak of the early stage of the Enlightenment realm. She had the idea that one more person would be more power, so she made such a suggestion. "Actually, you don't have to be too worried. This time, in addition to the sect sending a cultivator at the late stage of the Enlightenment realm as a guardian, I have also invited Elder Gu and Elder Tang to accompany us. As long as it is not a powerhouse at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, we can basically guarantee our safety." Zhu Shuizhen seemed to be afraid that Ziyue would refuse, so she hurriedly said again. When Ziyue was a little puzzled as to why the sect did not invite powerhouses at the peak of the Enlightenment realm like the Great Elder and the Second Elder to go with them. As far as he knew, the grandnephew of the Great Elder, Qin Fiyu, would also participate in the competition for the 12 places. If he went with them, their safety would definitely be greatly increased. However, he already had plans to go to the ancient barren city, so he naturally had no reason to disagree. Tomorrow morning, Zhu Shuizhen was delighted and took the opportunity to say. After leaving Zhu Shuizhen's cave abode, Ziyue did not return to his own cave abode. Instead, he turned around and went directly to the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Since there was only one day left, they had to set off for the ancient barren city. Ziyue predicted that if he won the place, he would definitely not have the opportunity to return to the sect. Therefore, he naturally had to take advantage of this period of time to quickly exchange for the divine power in the sect. Although he had already mastered the shrinking earth divine power and had the great immortal martial handprint and the immortal martial colored light that were comparable to divine powers, he still had the great immortal martial handprint and the immortal martial colored light. However, the light of nirvana of the Chaoyang sect was a real offensive divine power and was extremely powerful. Naturally, he would not let it go, especially when he had sufficient spirit stones. Therefore, his figure soon appeared in a secret room of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. The person who received him was his old acquaintance, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, Immortal Master Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 371. I didn't expect Alchemist to have accumulated enough karma points to exchange for treasures so quickly. What would you like to exchange for this time? It hadn't been long since Ziyue had exchanged for treasures, so Zhang Xiaohua had a deep impression of him. In particular, he had vaguely heard some rumors about by Ziyue, so he had some doubts in his heart. Ziyue didn't care about what others thought. He looked at the treasure exchange list and saw the divine light of obliteration on the first page. His breath quickened. Then he looked at the other treasures again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It could be said that this was the last time Ziyue would be exchanging treasures here. Hence, he was extremely meticulous in his observation. After a while, he stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He said calmly, "I've made my choice." "Were they?" Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. Divine light of obliteration. As soon as Ziyue opened his mouth, he was immediately interrupted by a surprised voice. Divine light of obliteration? Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as relaxed as before. He asked loudly, "Yes, divine light of obliteration." Ziyue looked up and nodded. He continued, "Then there's the Zhou acupoint map, a jade box with spirit sealing jade and 10 elixir recipes. They are, you want all of them?" Zhang Xiaohua asked involuntarily. "Is there a problem?" Ziyue replied softly. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Of course there was a problem. The divine light of obliteration was priced at 1 million karma points. The Zhou acupoint map was also priced at 880,000 karma points. Besides that, the elixir recipes and the jade box with spirit sealing jade were all valuable items. However, Ziyue just asked casually, "Is there a problem?" However, he still refrained from saying it out loud. Instead, he forced himself to calm down and said, "All these things will cost a total of 3 million karma points. There's a total of 3,300,000 low-grade spiritual stones in this storage bag. You can count them." Ziyue simply handed over a storage pouch. He naturally knew how shocking it was for an ordinary cultivator to take out so many spirit stones to exchange for so many valuable items. However, although it was somewhat risky, he did not have much time left. He really did not want to waste this opportunity and leave behind regrets. Among them, there was no need to talk about the divine light of annihilation. As long as it was a divine ability, no one would dislike it. He had long coveted this divine ability in the sect, so naturally, he would not give it up. As for the universal acupoint map, it was a map of all the acupoints collected by the sect. The total number of acupoints included in the map was actually a shocking 1,080 acupoints, far surpassing the 795 acupoints he collected outside. Since this was related to the consummation of his lit acupoints, he would not give up on it. Even if he had to sell everything he had to get it. As for the spirit-restricting jade box, it was a kind of item to preserve spiritual vitality. It could be used to transplant spiritual objects. It was a preparation for the transplant of the spirit-gathering tree with a precious cover. It was also something he needed. In short, this time, he was indeed taking a risk. However, now that he had the general trend, his strength was invincible under the God Realm. If he really faced a God Realm expert, even if he could not defeat him, he would still have the power to fight back. Not to mention, in the Zhaoyang sect, the sect leader had left, and the Taishang elder was in seclusion. Even if there were people in the sect who dared to be greedy, he would not have the slightest fear. Whoever came, he would just kill them. Anyway, in the sect, no one dared to act rashly. He was still very safe. Yes, yes, Zhang Shaoan nodded blankly and took the storage bag. After a while, he remembered to use his divine sense to check it. There was no problem with the total number of spiritual stones. After all, Zhang Shaohua was an enlightened immortal master. Although he was still a little shocked, he had already calmed down a lot. He said, "According to the rules, you can only use the skills you exchange from the sect, and you can't pass it to others. Especially that divine sense. You need to make a blood oath to guarantee that you can't pass it to anyone except yourself. Otherwise, even if you have enough karma points, it can't be passed to you. What you need to understand is that for us cultivators, the blood oath will be directly fulfilled. As the saying goes, when the heavens emit killing intent, the stars will shift. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes will rise. When people emit killing intent, the heavens and earth will be turned upside down." "Understand," Ziwa nodded and said. This was actually a kind of curse. Once violated, the heavens and earth would sense it, and naturally, there would be punishment. He exchanged for it for his own cultivation. He had never thought of passing it to others, so naturally, he did not have to worry about it. It was already a few hours later when he returned to his cave abode. It was worth mentioning that the sect's divine light of annihilation was also inscribed on a Dao Source stone tablet. Zus spent an hour studying it before he officially memorized the entire formula of the divine sense. At least, there was now another record of the divine sense on his attribute panel. As for the actual cultivation, he still needed to spend time and effort to cultivate. "I still don't know the power of the divine sense, but this jade slip." Ziwa sat cross-legged in the cultivation cave abode. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand. What was recorded in this jade slip was the map of acupoints that he had exchanged from the sect. With a slight brush of his divine sense, the information inside immediately flowed into his mind. There are indeed 1,080 acupoints. The location of each acupoint, how to sense it, and how to probe it are all clearly explained and explained. Moreover, if one ignites all 1,080 acupoints, the origin energy in one's body will immediately transform and form heavenly cycle power. It can also evolve into a heavenly cycle defense spell that automatically protects one's body. This is equivalent to having a natural protective spell. Ziu's eyes lit up, feeling a little surprised. The heavenly cycle defense spell's automatic protective effect was naturally faster than ordinary spells. In the event of a sneak attack, it would be enough to save one's life at a critical moment. Moreover, I don't have to deliberately cultivate this spell. I only need to ignite all 1,080 acupoints recorded in the Heavenly Cycle Acupoints map to be able to use it instinctively. Ziua sighed slightly, but did not take it to heart. As for defensive spells, he already had the 5-element shield technique and the Celestial Martial Glazed Light. In particular, the Celestial Martial Glazed Light combined with the Celestial Martial technique and the Celestial Martial True Body was a defensive spell that was comparable to a divine sense. Naturally, he did not value the Heavenly Cycle Defense spell that much. Of course, he was naturally very happy to have an additional life-saving spell. 1,080 acupoints, compared with the 795 acupoints that I have already mastered. If this is the case, the number of acupoints that I have now mastered has reached the level of 1,133 acupoints. Ziue made a comparison and soon came to a conclusion. He was immediately excited. 1,133 acupoints were only 166 acupoints away from the 1,296 acupoints that were needed to complete the acupoints. It was not a small number, but it was definitely not a large number. However, the remaining 166 acupoints will probably be more difficult to collect than before. Perhaps I can only really collect acupoints with the help of the more prosperous, immortal cultivation world in the extraterritorial domain when I really set foot in the extraterritorial domain. Ziwa thought to himself and finally calmed down a little. The further one progressed, the more difficult it was to collect new acupoints. It would be extremely difficult to collect a large number of acupoints in one go in the sect, unless, as he thought to himself, Ziyue shook his head. No matter how confident he was, he did not dare to really go to the other major immortal cultivation sects and forcefully ask for the acupoint catalog. There's still some time, just enough for me to take the spirit awakening pill and quickly increase the strength of my divine sense. In this way, I can be more at ease when I encounter those experts who are good at divine sense attacks. Ziyue looked at the sky and estimated the time. With a thought, a fiery red gourd immediately appeared beside him. Spirit's sealing gourd. When he opened the gourd, 7 shiny black spirit pills with faint traces of special patterns on the surface appeared in front of him. Spirit awakening pill. Ziyue used the pill identification technique to carefully identify the spirit pills. After confirming that there were no problems, he finally swallowed one of the spirit pills. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, it was as if a special power had exploded. Ziyue felt that his divine sense seemed to have received a special kind of nourishment. It floated slightly and rapidly grew. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes after the period it took an incense stick to burn, he slowly opened his eyes. My divine sense has increased by 30%. Ziyue's divine sense floated and clearly sensed the strength of the spirit awakening pill. Although the strength was slightly superficial compared to the previous refinement, it was still a solid improvement. This also caused him to feel a burst of excitement. The shortcoming of his divine sense was about to be fixed. Continue. Without hesitation, he picked up another spirit pill and swallowed it. Following it, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. In the end, he swallowed the 6th and 7th spirit pills together. A special power exploded in his mind. His mind became clear, and his inspiration surged. His thoughts, his thinking, and his perception at this moment seemed to have received a kind of sublimation, becoming unprecedentedly active. Various thoughts flowed in his mind like flickering light and passing shadows. As his divine sense grew stronger with the spirit pills, it seemed to have contributed to the change, causing his thoughts to become more intense. In a trance, he began to think carefully about the martial arts he was practicing. The purple chi visualization art and the immortal martial art. The advantages and disadvantages of the 2 immortal cultivation arts were magnified one by one, then combined and rearranged as if they were merging. Following it, his inspiration surged, as if he had a natural ability to control it, allowing him to confidently combine the martial arts he had learned on his path of cultivation and merge them together. Chapter 372. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like it was only a moment. Ziyue regained his senses, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He had an epiphany. He did not expect that he would enter a state of epiphany when he took the spirit awakening pill. Furthermore, he had made use of this epiphany to create a new technique. Unfortunately, the duration of this epiphany was too short. He had only completed some embryonic forms and had not created a complete technique. However, although this is only the embryonic form of the technique, the concept and framework of the technique have all been sorted out by me. Next, I just need to fill up the acupoints included in the technique with this concept, and the technique will naturally take shape. Ziyue was somewhat looking forward to it. This cultivation method was something that he had accumulated through his countless comprehensions and accumulations in the past. It was completely compatible with his own body. Once it took shape, even if the number of acupoints included was not more than that of the purple chi visualization technique and the immortal martial technique, when he used it, it would definitely be more powerful than those 2 techniques. Not to mention, the number of acupoints that he had mastered was not small. Every time an acupoint was ignited, he would have a thorough understanding of the acupoint's characteristics, mysteries, and uses. Under such circumstances, the technique that he created would naturally be able to fill up many acupoints. Furthermore, Once I ignite all 1296 acupoints at the same time, it might not be impossible for the technique that I created to include so many acupoints. Ziyue's eyes flickered slightly, but he was not too anxious. For this technique to truly take shape, it would probably take a period of accumulation and brewing before it could be completed. What made him even happier was the strengthening of his divine sense. Under the effect of the 7 Spirit Awakening pills, although the more he took, the weaker the effects of the Spirit Awakening pills became. However, the strength of his divine sense had more than doubled compared to before, although it was somewhat superficial, which caused his control of power to be somewhat imbalanced. Ziyue controlled the flying sword with his divine sense, and it vibrated slightly before instantly shooting out. Boom! It quickly pierced through a huge rock. But his real target was a wooden stake 1 meter away from the boulder. With the corners of his mouth twitching, Ziyue did not dare to be careless. He quickly began to practice transcending God visualization, using the visualization method to condense his divine sense and restore it to its original perfect control. Grand Elder, Ziyue is back. In a large hall, Zhang Xiaohua spoke respectfully to a silver-haired, square-faced old man. Is it Master Immortal Bai, the second-grade alchemist who refined the awakening elixir and worked in the Demon Ridge? Zhuang Xinping pondered for a moment before asking. That's him. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, today, in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, he took out 3 million low-grade spirit stones and exchanged them for a large number of things. Over 3 million? Zhuang Xinping was slightly shocked as he asked emotionally. Even he, the Grand Elder of the Chaoyang sect, could not take out so many spirit stones in such a short time. That's right. They were the sect's only magic skill, Silent Divine Light, Acupoint Outline Map, Acupoint Outline Map, Acupoint Outline Map, and many elixir recipes and treasures. This kind of expenditure is too huge and strange. I thought for a long time and felt that I should report it to you. Zhang Xiaohua explained. Until now, he could not hide the shock in his heart. It seems that our guess is right. Ziyue is indeed closely related to the Kunlun Taoist, who is rumored to be the strongest person below the God realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to take out so many spirit stones as a cultivator who has just broken through to the aperture opening realm. Speaking of the Kunlun Taoist, Zhuang Xinping's expression could not help but become more dignified. Although he had not really seen the means of the Kunlun Taoist, the record of him destroying the Taoist sect and escaping from the hands of 2 God Realm Masters was real and could not be faked. Even he was ashamed of his inferiority. However, whether it is the Silent Divine Light or the Acupoint Outline Map, Ziyue could not pass it down after he exchanged them. It is not easy to break the blood oath. Why did the Kunlun Taoist give him so many spirit stones? Zhang Xiaohua asked with some doubts. I don't understand this, either. Zhuang Xinping frowned. Then what should we do next? Are we going to... Don't do anything. Zhuang Xinping quickly shook his head and said solemnly, the Kunlun Taoist strength is extraordinary. Even without the God Elixir, it is very likely that he will break through to the God Realm within 100 years. As long as he does not show any hostility to our Chaoyang sect, we'd better not act rashly and provoke such an existence. Moreover, Ziyue is our Chaoyang sect's disciple. As long as we treat him well and use him as a link, we may have a chance to draw the Kunlun Taoist to our Chaoyang sect in the future. Yes, disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. He knew that the great elder's words were wise and prudent. This was the foundation of a sect's long-term development. The Taoist sect was only established for a little more than 200 years. Although it developed rapidly, it lacked a foundation after all. It did not understand that a sect's inheritance needed to be cautious, step by step, and not provoke any enemies. This was the reason why it could survive for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, and even develop and become a great immortal sect. The 7 great immortal sects, which one of them did not have 1,000 years of accumulation and many steady and brilliant sect leaders controlling them. The Taoist sect was far inferior compared to them. This tribulation was destined to happen. Fellow Taoist Bai, let me introduce you. This is Elder Gu Yingyue, Elder Gu, and this is Elder Tang Xianren. In an open space, Zhu Shuaizhen pointed at the two old men in Taoist robes and said, "Greetings to the two elders." Ziyue looked up and saw the two elders. One of them was in the middle stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm, while the other was in the late stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm. They were not weak. The two of them nodded with a cold expression. An early-stage Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivator was not worthy of their attention. And this is Elder Zhong Yun, Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong is a senior. As early as 70 years ago, he had already broken through to the late stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm. With Elder Zhong's help this time, the safety of our group will be much more assured. Zhu Shuaizhen pointed at an old man with a withered face and said solemnly, "Greetings to Elder Zhong." Ziyue greeted and said, "Immortal Master Zhu, you're too polite. I'm already 233 years old. I'm a person who will die at any time. My strength has declined greatly. This time, as long as I don't drag you all down, I'll be at ease." Zhongyan nodded towards Yue indifferently before speaking to Zhu Shuaizhen in a humble tone. "Elder Zhong has fought less and less in recent years, but I've heard about your battle record against the two ghosts of the Green Vine Mountain alone. It's said that when the two ghosts work together, they can even defeat peak Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivators. But you still manage to suppress them all by yourself, forcing them to flee in defeat." Tang Xianren said flatteringly from the side. Zhong Yun was slightly complacent. He could not help but smile on his skinny face. He said, "The two ghosts of the Green Vine Mountain really are powerful. When I fought them back then, it took me quite a lot of effort. In the end, I only managed to gain the upper hand because of the suppressive effects of the techniques of origin energy. It's a pity that they still managed to escape. It's not perfect after all. It's already extremely powerful. For example, I've cultivated arduously for 150 years, but I still haven't won a battle where I've made a name for myself." Gu Yingyue said as well. They complimented each other slightly and made small talk. Zhu Shuaizhen would say a few words from time to time as well. Before she knew it, she had excluded Ziyue from the conversation. Ziyue did not mind at all. He rubbed Zhao Yu's head and looked at her indifferently with a calm face. Now, he had already lost the reverence he had for Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivators. Perhaps only God Realm cultivators could truly make him pay attention to them. "All right, let's set off. It'll take 5 days to travel from the sect to the ancient Desolation City. We can't waste any more time." In the end, it was Zhu Shuaizhen who spoke and stopped them from continuing their conversation. She waved her hand slightly. Instantly, a lotus-like formation plate expanded in the wind and hovered in the void. This is a mid-grade flying spiritual artifact, the Drunken Moon Red Lotus Formation. Although its speed is not as fast as the flying sword of late Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivators, it's better in terms of durability. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, you can continue to fly. Moreover, there are 9 lotus bases on it. You can meditate and rest. Once you encounter an enemy, you can face them in your best condition. It's perfect for our journey." As she said that, Zhu Shuaizhen grabbed Zhao Yu, and quickly jumped onto the lotus. "Thank you." Zhongyan nodded and also jumped onto the lotus. He quickly chose a lotus base and sat down. Then, Gu Yingyue and Tang Xianren followed. Ziyue activated his celestial martial elemental force and jumped lightly onto the Drunken Moon Red Lotus Formation. However, because he had taken Spirit Awakening pills continuously last night, his divine sense had suddenly doubled. Under the interference, his body immediately became a little unstable. After swaying slightly, he stood still. Nowadays, young cultivators blindly pursue the realm and rely on taking spirit pills to improve their cultivation. They don't pay attention to the control of their own strength. They have lost the foundation of celestial way cultivation. How much combat strength can they have? It's really disappointing. Zhong Yun's somewhat cloudy eyes glanced around and said with a cold snort, "Unfortunately, it's precisely this kind of cultivator who has far more cultivation resources than us. Thinking back, when we were the same age, which one of us didn't struggle at the bottom and work hard to complete tasks to accumulate karma points in order to exchange for bottleneck-breaking pills and orifice-enlightening pills to break through? Usually, only when you're 50 and above can you accumulate enough karma points and then wait in line for 10 years. Only when you're 70 or 80 years old can you really exchange for orifice-enlightening pills and break through the realm. Gu Lianyue said with a little resentment. Chapter 373. This kind of thing can't be envied. Combat power? What kind of combat power do they want? Aren't we, the ordinary cultivators, the ones who really fight? They just need to stay at the rear and cultivate step by step. That's enough. Tang Xianren's face was also full of sarcasm. You can only break through to the aperture enlightening realm when you're in your 70s or 80s. Why do you have to laugh at my brother Bai? You're just a few years older and have a higher realm. In terms of combat power, at the same age and realm, you may not even be half of my brother Bai's. Before Ziyue could speak, Zhao Yue was angry. Her little face was red with anger as she snorted. "You shut up." Zhu Shuaizhen quickly reprimanded her, and then said to Zhong Yun and the others apologetically, "The child is not sensible. I apologize to you here on her behalf. We don't have to be angry with a little girl." Zhong Yun's face was a little ugly, but he couldn't lose his temper. He could only look at Ziyue and said, "But Immortal Master Bai, as seniors, although what we said is unpleasant, it's for your own good. I hope you'd better take care of yourself. Good advice is unpleasant to the ear. Immortal Master Bai, please think twice." Gu Lianyue said immediately, "When you really meet the enemy, you will know whether our words are right or not." Tang Xianren also snorted lightly. "Thank you for your reminder, seniors." Ziyue nodded slightly, and then looked at Zhao Yue. Seeing a trace of grievance on her face, he smiled slightly, turned his hand, and a jade box appeared in his hand. He said, "You come here and eat some spiritual fruits. This is the panlong fruit I picked by chance some time ago. It tastes good and can increase your strength." "Thank you, Brother Bai." Zhao Yuer's little face immediately showed some excitement. She ran to Ziyue's side with a cheerful face and took the jade box. "Humph, you're too stubborn." Suddenly, the three elders, who were originally a little relieved, immediately became gloomy. "What do you mean by rewarding Zhao Yue, who refuted you in front of us? Are you pretending that you didn't hear what we said before? Are you perfunctory when you say thanks?" They were really a little angry. "It's getting late. Let's go." Seeing this, Zhu Shuaizhen was afraid that another dispute would arise, so she quickly shouted and stretched out her hand. The Drunken Moon red lotus plate immediately turned into a red light and shot off into the distance. Ziyue naturally didn't want to intensify the conflict. No matter what, they were here to escort Zhao Yue to the ancient desolate city. Although they were taking advantage of their seniority to criticize him in the name of doing it for his own good, they were not bad people after all. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. He chose a lotus seat and sat down cross-legged. Even if Zhong Yun and the others didn't say anything, he himself couldn't bear the fact that his divine sense was unstable and he couldn't control his strength well enough. So in next to no time, he withdrew his divine sense and visualized his own appearance in his mind. First was the outline, then the eyes, nose, ears, mouth, limbs, skin, and even the flesh, meridians, apertures, tendons, and bones. Bit by bit, it turned from illusion to reality. What he cultivated was none other than the art of spiritual enhancement, the transcendent God visualization technique. He used himself as a magic board to visualize and refine it bit by bit to control his divine sense. Due to the lack of control over his divine sense, the appearance he visualized was always abstract. It was difficult for his skin, flesh, and blood to form, and it would collapse and collapse. However, Ziyue was not discouraged. As if he didn't know exhaustion, he visualized again and again. Gradually, the appearance he visualized began to change a little. It became more vivid. His eyes, ears, mouth, nose, skin, flesh, and blood all had some charm that belonged to him. Correspondingly, his divine sense, which was originally a little unstable, gradually began to condense, and his control was strengthened. Even the cultivation progress of the transcendent God visualization technique had increased dramatically. Uninitiated 10%, uninitiated 20%, uninitiated 30%. Soon, he had cultivated it to 45%. The 7 major sects have been strong for too long. Almost every generation has a divine realm powerhouse. If you want to make them decline, you have to kill their genius disciples and make them lose one of the 12 places to get the deity pill. This time, there are a total of 3 genius disciples in the Chaoyang sect who will compete for one of the 12 places. Duan Xingchen, the true disciple of the Chaoyang sect master, Qin Feiyu, the grandnephew of the supreme elder Qin Haoan, and Zhao Yu'er, the disciple of Zhu Shuizhen. Although Duan Xingchen and Qin Feiyu's talent is 1 in 10,000, they will not be treated differently by the Celestial Spirit sect. They will need to fight to get a place. Moreover, there will inevitably be others who will attack and assassinate them. However, Zhao Yu'er's talent was extraordinary. She was considered a rare existence in the entire cultivation world. Once she arrived at the ancient desolate city, there was no need for her to compete at all. She would definitely occupy one of the spots and obtain the divine pill. Originally, the Chaoyang sect will definitely send tyrannical guards to protect such a genius along the way. We basically have no chance to kill her. However, even a major sect like the Chaoyang sect is not an iron plate. Zhu Shuizhen was greedy and wanted to monopolize the deity pill that would be given to Zhao Yu'er. She was unwilling to give it to the few powerhouses at the peak of the enlightening realm. Therefore, the first elder, second elder, and other immortal masters at the peak of the enlightening realm had no intention of helping to escort Zhao Yu'er to the ancient desolate city. And this is our chance. In a desolate mountain, a few cultivators with powerful auras were scattered across the place. According to the information we received, there are only 4 immortal masters at the enlightening realm escorting Zhao Yu'er this time. They are Zhu Shuizhen, Zhong Yun, and Tang Xianren, who are at the late stage of the enlightening realm. As for the other one, Gu Linyue, he is at the middle stage of the enlightening realm and is relatively weaker. A cultivator in a red robe licked his lips and said, "Zhong Yun, I didn't expect that old guy to still be alive." At this moment, an ugly cultivator's eyes flashed with an inexplicable cold light. "I haven't seen him for decades. I kind of miss him." Another cultivator who looked very similar to him said with a smile, "Enemies meet. I'm always so jealous." The two of them smiled at the same time. Their ugly appearances and sinister smiles were enough to make people shiver from the bottom of their hearts. The two of them were the ghost duo of the Green Vine Mountain. Right at this moment, there was a flash of light in the clothes of the leader. Seeing everyone look over, a sliver of viciousness flashed through his face. He said, "They're here. Get ready. This should be the region of the 9 Ring Mountains. Not far away is the Twin Commandery City, and over there is the Snow Mountain territory. Although you'll definitely reach an even vaster world in the future, it's not impossible for you to become a golden core cultivator and a soul transformation cultivator. However, I still hope that you won't forget about Master and this corner of the world that we've been isolated from. In the future, if it's possible and you have the strength, I hope that you won't be the only one. I think not only me, even your brother and all the people you care about here would certainly hope that you can open up the passageway between this place and the outside world so that we won't have to wait bitterly for the Heavenly Spirit sect charity once every 30 years. Zhu Shuizhen said seriously as she looked around with Zhao Yu'er. The world was too big, and this corner was too small. It was so small that it could only be blamed for the birth of a god cultivator, but it was impossible for them to reach a higher level. Not only was there a problem with the lack of cultivation methods, but the resources here were not enough for cultivators to reach a higher level. "Master, I will." Although Zhao Yu was a little confused, she still said seriously, "Clang, clang, clang." Right at this moment, the world rumbled, and the sound of swords cutting through the sky rang out. "Be careful. Enemy attack. Zhu Shuaizhen yelled, but she immediately activated the defensive light of the drunken moon red lotus disk to the extreme. Zhong Yun, Gu Yinyue, Tang Xianren, and the others hurriedly jumped up from the lotus disk. With a flash of light, they quickly attacked. Sword of shattering spiritual light. A huge sword light, like a silver moon, fiercely slashed down. Boom! The defensive spiritual light of the drunken moon red lotus disk was shattered almost immediately. Immediately after, several sword lights clanged down and fiercely struck the drunken moon red lotus plate. Immediately, the spiritual light of this spiritual artifact quickly dimmed, as if it was about to be broken. Immortal Bai, protect you, Zhu Shuaizhen's face was gloomy. With a wave of her hand, she threw out a bell. Buzz! The bell rose in the wind and expanded rapidly. Ring! A sound that could confuse the divine soul came out quickly. Brother Bai. Zhao Yue looked at Ziyue with a timid face. Ziyue naturally woke up before the attack. Hearing this, he had to quickly protect Zhao Yue by his side. Almost immediately, he used the positive and negative 5 elements shield technique. Then, he used the spiritual gang defense of the golden spiritual light bead. It had to be said that the golden spiritual gang bead, an upper-grade spiritual weapon, was very useful in his hands. It was not only convenient, but also very strong. The black tortoise shield, which was also a high-grade spiritual artifact, had already been destroyed by the white flames of the heavens. However, the golden spiritual gang bead was still intact, shining freely. He used the golden spiritual gang bead and the positive and negative 5 elements shield technique at the same time, protecting Zhao Yue. Only then did Ziyue look at the battlefield. The Soul Man Kingdom cultivators, the Guardian Soul, the Goat Taoist, the Old Woman of the Yin Mountains, and the twin ghosts of Tung Ching Shan. 5 Aperture Awakening Immortal Masters, and all of them are at late Aperture Awakening. Zhu Shuaizhen's heart sank, and her face immediately became extremely ugly. She didn't expect that they would encounter such a large-scale ambush after just one day of travel. Isn't that the old priest Zhong Yin? Now that I think about it, it's been 40 years since we last met. I miss him a lot. The twin ghosts of the Green Vine Mountain both looked at Zhong Yun. Their gazes were extremely strange. Chapter 374. The Ghost Duo of the Green Vine Mountain. I didn't think you'd still be alive. Zhong Yun's face changed as he said sternly. Even you aren't dead, so how can we be dead? The Ghost Duo of the Green Vine Mountain sniggered. Both of them wielded a high-grade spiritual artifact sickle. They gave off a ghostly aura, which combined with their terrifying faces, made them extremely vicious. Not being able to kill you back then and let you escape out of sheer luck has always been a great regret of mine. Yet now, you're bold enough to appear before me. You really don't know what's good for you. Zhong Yun's face turned cold. The originally withered flesh on his body immediately showed a trace of luster, and his flesh seemed to have become much fuller. Afterwards, a pair of scissors with a strange shape shot out. To no surprise, the weapon he was most comfortable with was the rare yin-yang scissors. The yin-yang scissors swelled with the wind, turning into a huge pair of scissors. It rapidly opened up like a natural beheading gate, rushing towards the two of them before snapping shut. The 2 scissors in their hands shot out rapidly, turning into 2 dark streaks of light that collided viciously. Clang! Clang! The yin-yang scissors immediately paused and was knocked away. However, Zhong Yun's follow-up attack had already landed at this moment. It was the technique that made him famous, the Earth's limit essence slashing technique. A ball of light shone through the air, quickly landing on the 2 scissors. Thrum! 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 Under the invasion of the strange essence slashing power, the 2 high-grade spiritual artifacts immediately trembled slightly. They began to move around uncontrollably like headless flies. The yin-yang scissors immediately took advantage of the situation and shot out, cutting towards the ghost duo of the Green Vine Mountain. Hee hee, do you think we haven't improved at all after all these years? The ghost duo of the Green Vine Mountain suddenly laughed. They extended their hands at the same time, and the two scissors shone with red light. In an instant, the side that had been on the verge of collapse suddenly shook and became stable again. It turned into two strange red lights, one above and one below, and slashed fiercely at the yin-yang double-headed scissors. On the other side, Gulianyue and Tang Xianren struck out as well. Their opponents were the goat Taoist and the old woman of the Yin Mountains. They were both late aperture awakening cultivators. Although Tang Xianren's attacks were not particularly intricate, they were still able to block the old woman's attacks after some difficulty. They were not forced to flee in defeat. However, Gulianyue was completely different. His cultivation was only in the middle stage of the awakening realm, and he only had the Golden Star Flowing Light Sword, a mid-grade spirit artifact. He was clearly stronger than his opponent, who had reached the late stage of the awakening realm. What's more, he used two mid-grade spirit artifacts, the Goat Horn Double Groove Swords, which could be compared to a high-grade spirit artifact when combined. He almost immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Defeat was only a matter of time. Ring, ring, ring. Zhu Shuaizhen's bell rang like a clear spring flowing through a bamboo forest. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, but there was endless killing intent hidden in this pleasant sound. The sound waves swept out like sound blades that rapidly swept towards the Soul Diagram Guardian Warrior of the Nanman Kingdom. Soul Diagram Vajra waved his hand, and a piece of gray cloth quickly rolled up. Sound blades were attached to the cloth, and they were like rain falling into a quagmire, soundless. At the same time, his cold gaze landed on Ziyue in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "There's one more?" As expected, the words of that group of trash couldn't be trusted completely. But it doesn't matter. He's only in the early stage of the awakening realm. He'll just die either way. Then he reached out and patted his waist. A spirit light quickly flashed from the spirit beast bag at his waist. Then, a giant wolf that was over 10 meters tall and completely silver in color charged out. "Go kill him." Soul Diagram Vajra pointed casually. "Roar." The giant wolf immediately roared. Like a silver light, it rushed to the drunken moon red lotus disc that Ziyue was on in a flash and slapped it fiercely. Boom! The drunken moon red lotus disc, which was already dimming and barely holding on, quickly shattered and was completely destroyed. A bloodthirsty and ferocious look flashed in the silver wolf's green eyes. Its body flashed again, and it appeared above Ziyue. The spirit-detecting realm mid-stage demon, the blue-eyed silver wolf king. "Be careful." Zhu Shuaizhen's expression changed drastically, and she immediately became anxious. Her divine sense moved, and the flying sword trembled slightly before it turned into a watery light and shot out. "Your opponent is me." Soul Diagram Vajra snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. He was even faster than the silver wolf. A long saber slashed fiercely. Yuanli, space, and heaven and earth seemed to be in harmony at this moment. Sizzle. The void shook as if it was torn apart by this saber. Clang. The saber light swept up by the long saber slashed fiercely on Zhu Shuaizhen's flying sword and quickly knocked it away. Oh no. Zhu Shuaizhen's heart sank. She had no intention of entangling with it at all. Ignoring the threat close at hand, she quickly rushed in the direction of the Silver Wolf King. She would not allow Zhao Yue to be hurt at all, not only because Zhao Yue was her disciple, but also because once she stepped into the ancient desolate city safely, the Celestial Spirit sect would inevitably give her the deity pill. Only with the deity pill could she break through and enter the deity realm. She could not give up. It's over. The moment Tang Xianren saw the blue-eyed Silver Wolf King, he panicked. He knew very well that when everyone was entangled, Ziyue, who was at the early stage of the aperture enlightening realm, and the spiritual power he had shown before, was no match for this Silver Wolf King at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Perhaps he could hold on for 1 or 2 breaths, but what was the point? Zhao Yue, who was under his protection, would inevitably die. Are we going to encounter an accident as soon as we set off? Tang Xianren took advantage of the chaos to throw out a purple light bead for help, but he was already prepared to flee in all directions. Brother Bai, Zhao Yuer suddenly closed her eyes and quietly grabbed the corner of Ziyue's sleeve. Remember, no matter what happens, we cultivators should never close our eyes. Because of fear, despair, and giving up resistance, your life and death will be completely in the hands of others. Only by opening your eyes and bravely using your spiritual power can you find a flaw in the opponent's attack, escape, and even counterattack. Ziyue's divine sense swept over Zhao Yuer, and the fear in her heart immediately faded. Finally, she bravely opened her eyes. At the same time, a copper ring expanded in the wind and turned into a copper golden hoop, falling directly on the blue-eyed Silver Wolf King's head. On the copper golden hoop, a spiritual light flashed, and a massive green light quickly fell. Oh, the blue-eyed Silver Wolf King let out a terrified howl. Its body paused, and it quickly turned around, wanting to escape. However, when the green light fell, it seemed to have nowhere to hide. It was directly fixed in the void and firmly locked. Immediately afterward, a golden pagoda soared into the sky, and a mass of golden light quickly rushed out and fell on the blue-eyed Silver Wolf King's body. Buzz! The blue-eyed Silver Wolf King did not struggle at all and was immediately taken away by the golden light. It turned into a stream of light and was sucked into the pagoda. How is that possible? The soul map King Kong was stunned. He looked at the copper ring and the golden pagoda in disbelief. The blue-eyed Silver Wolf King was a beast he had raised since childhood. Its strength had already reached the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and its mind was connected to his. As long as it was within a certain range, it would be controlled by him. As a result, not only did the opponent easily subdue his beast, but he also easily cut off the connection between him and the beast. He used the psychic technique to communicate, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He did not get any response at all. Great! Zhu Shuaizhen was overjoyed. She did not expect Ziyue to bring her such a big surprise. He actually killed a big monster equivalent to the middle stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm so easily. Could it be that we were wrong? While Tang Xianren was overjoyed, he could not help but murmur. This time, Bai Ziyue had indeed made him look at him in a different light. Quick! Save me! Right at this moment, Gu Lianyue let out a shout and revealed an extremely panicked expression. Among all of them, except for Ziyue, he was the weakest. He was not a match for the goat Taoist. Being able to hold on for a few breaths was already due to his exquisite spells and rich combat experience. But the absolute gap in strength could not be made up. After many collisions, not only did the spirituality of his golden star flowing light sword decrease greatly, even the defensive golden armor on his body became full of holes and cracks because of the opponent's attacks. It had lost its function. At this moment, the goat Taoist once again shot out the goat horn double groove swords. The combination of the double groove swords was comparable to an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Coupled with the opponent's pure yuanli of the late stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm, he retreated quickly, but he could not outrun the speed of the flying sword. Die! The goat Taoist's eyes were cold, and the goat horn double groove swords turned into a stream of light. Zhu Shuaizhen and the rest were shocked. They quickly increased their attacks, wanting to help. But Soul Map King Kong and the rest also knew that if someone on their side could free up their hands, they would definitely win. So they also attacked crazily, trying their best to entangle Zhu Shuaizhen and the rest. No! Gu Lianyue was desperate. As his pupils shrank, he saw the goat horn double groove swords approaching rapidly. They enlarged in his eyes, enlarged, and enlarged again. Then, they quickly broke the defensive golden armor on his body and shattered his defensive yuanli. Then, in the clanging sounds, the goat horn double groove swords trembled violently, but stopped in front of him, only half an inch away from his forehead. What's going on? Is he going to let me go? No. Doubts flashed in his mind, and he quickly saw the ferocious and shocked expression on the goat Taoist's face. Shocked, He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. Sizzle. At this moment, the goat horn double groove sword seemed to have broken through some kind of obstacle and shot out again. But it missed. What? Soulmap King Kong was shocked and looked at the calm figure in disbelief. The sure kill situation was broken again. Although Gu Linyue did not notice the person who attacked, the others saw it clearly. It was who seemed to be only at the early stage of the aperture enlightening realm. Chapter 375. Ziyue, how is this possible? Not only were the Guardian of Soul and the others in disbelief, but even Zhu Shuaizhen and the others were utterly shocked. They could clearly sense the pulses of energy from their opponent. He was clearly only at the peak of the early aperture awakening realm. If it was said that the reason he subdued the blue-eyed Silver Wolf King was because he had the bronze bracelet and the golden pagoda, then this time, he had used a spell to stop the goat Taoist sure-kill attack. This was not something that could be justified by external forces, such as a spiritual weapon. Strength. This was true strength. Since he had already decided to take action, Ziyue did not hesitate at all. As he unleashed the divine light of treasure stabilizing, a flying sword had already shot out like a river. The sword of evasion. A single strike to destroy all loss. Rumble. There was a flash of silver light, and the flying sword had already arrived before the goat Taoist in almost the next moment. No, the mountain goat Taoist roared in shock and frantically retreated. Layer after layer of defensive spiritual light was activated, layer after layer, causing ripples to appear in the void. However, as the flying sword swept past, the power of evasion and the power of penetration gathered together. Spurt. No matter how powerful the defensive light was, it all collapsed loudly. The sword of evasion did not slow down at all, directly landing on the goat Taoist's forehead and piercing through. Gu Linyue was at a loss. He never thought it would actually be Ziyue who saved him. However, when he saw the goat Taoist die, he immediately returned to his senses. He rushed over to the battlefield on the side in a hurry to assist Elder Zhongyun. Even though Zhongyun was not weak and he was experienced in battle, it was still rather difficult for him to take on two late aperture awakening cultivators, the two ghosts of the Green Vine Mountain, alone now that his strength had declined. He was not exactly in a perilous situation, but he had lost the upper hand. He was in an extremely passive position. Next, after killing the goat Taoist in a single strike, Ziyue did not even look at him. He waved his hand, and a ball of black flames shot out like a nimble bird, shooting through the air and arriving before the old woman. Oh no! The old woman's eyelids twitched as her scalp tingled. She hurriedly sent out a cloth sail. 10,000 soul banner. When the 10,000 soul banner unfurled, countless ghosts and souls let out miserable howls as they charged forward, covering the sky and covering the earth. Sizzle. The seven demons' true fire seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Any ghostly figure that came into contact with the flames dissipated like smoke, unable to withstand the heat at all. The flames fell like a meteor. With a loud explosion, they quickly landed on Old O of Mountainine. Immediately, the defensive spiritual light, defensive spiritual tool, and protective robe on her body began to flicker. They were rapidly being worn down and melted away. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In just a short 5 breaths of time, she couldn't hold on any longer and was enveloped by the flames. Then, with a pop, her body was engulfed and annihilated. 2. The muttered as his gaze fell on the remaining battlefield. Dead? All dead. The old Taoist goat is dead. The old woman of the Een Mountain had also fallen. Wantavajra was dumbfounded. Then, the moment he sensed Yue's gaze falling on him, he felt as if a great calamity was about to befall him, as if the god of death was looking at him, causing his scalp to go numb. Almost without any hesitation, he turned and fled. I'll die. I'll die. He roared in his heart, incomparably terrified. Where did this monster come from? How could his strength be so terrifying? At this moment, although Ziyue's aura was not obvious, the means he displayed were too strong. He had easily killed 2 experts of the same realm as him, as if he were cutting melons and vegetables. Even if he was confident that his strength was stronger than the other 2, it was not as easy as Ziyue's performance to defeat them. Moreover, he was all too familiar with the calmness on his face and the indifference in his eyes that seemed to despise everything. It was an expression he would only show when facing enemies who were far weaker than him. Run, run, run. Wantu Vajra retreated in shock. His legs were like illusions as they flashed in the void. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several hundred feet. Why is the sky dark? Suddenly, he noticed that the world had suddenly become dark. The doubt in his mind flashed through his mind. He suddenly raised his head and saw an incomparably huge palm that seemed to be able to cover the entire void spreading above his head. The scorching sun was completely covered by the palm. The void and the clouds seemed to be trembling violently in front of the palm. It blotted out the sky and the sun. Boom! The majestic and huge palm was like an upside-down galaxy. With a loud bang, it suddenly fell down. No! Wantavajra roared. It was as if the entire world was against him and wanted to suppress him. It made him tremble all over, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't block it. He couldn't escape. He could only resist it head-on. He hurriedly activated his defensive skills, the real body of barbarian cultivators, the Blackwater Mystic Ice Shield technique, and the middle-grade defensive spiritual weapon, the Rattan armor. Rumble. The huge palm fell down as if it was swatting a mosquito. Bang! The Rattan armor shattered, and the Blackwater Mystic Ice Shield technique was reduced to shards of ice in that moment. Afterwards, the real body of barbarian cultivators was destroyed. The terrifying force fell down. Even though his body was extremely tough, comparable to a spirit-detecting realm great demon, it was still useless. As if he had suffered a heavy blow, his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that rapidly dispersed. He was dead. So powerful. Zhu Shuaizhen's eyes widened as shock filled her face. She thought about when she faced the soul diagram Vajra. Although she was not completely powerless, she had always been at a disadvantage. In the end, the soul diagram Vajra, that was a powerful opponent in her eyes, one that was basically on par with peak aperture awakening realm cultivators, could not even withstand a single blow, having been slapped to death so easily. Was Ziyue really at early aperture awakening realm, late aperture awakening realm, or peak aperture awakening realm? As for any higher, she dare not think about it. However, she already felt some reverence. Afterwards, Ziyue did not take action again. After Zhu Shuaizhen returned to her senses, she immediately joined in the encirclement of the ghost duo of the Green Vine Mountain. In just a few seconds, the 2 of them had been slain. Thank you, B. Immortal Master Bai, for your assistance. Gu Yingyue hesitated slightly before saying with some bitterness. When he thought about what he and the others had said before, he felt rather ashamed. Thank you, Immortal Master Bai. Tang Xianren also took a step forward as he spoke with a hint of respect. Immortal Master Bai sure is well hidden. Now that I think about it, what we said before was a little like showing off before an expert. We were too arrogant. Zhongyan couldn't help but reveal a hint of guilt on his face as he spoke in admiration. You're too polite, elders, Ziyue said calmly. I obviously wouldn't leave you be if it was within my means. B, fellow Bai, there's something I want to ask you. Are you really at early aperture awakening realm? Zhu Shuaizhen had also collected her spoils now. She walked over and asked nervously. She still remembered that she had personally guided Ziyue and Zhao Yuer into the Rising Sun sect a few months ago. Ziyue was only a Qi practitioner back then. Although he had already reached the peak of the 9th layer, he definitely had not reached aperture awakening. He had only truly broken through to aperture awakening a month or so after Zhao Yu had joined the Rising Sun sect. He had refined an aperture awakening pill with his own alchemy skills. How long had it been since then? His strength had already skyrocketed to such a level. Thinking about how he had once been attacked by an immortal master of the Tao Attainment sect, and now that the Tao Attainment sect had been destroyed, she could not help but think, could it be that Bai Ziyue was the legendary Kunlun Taoist who had concealed himself deeply? That's not it. Ziyue glanced at Zhu Shuizhen and shook his head. He said, "It's due to luck. My cultivation has actually already surpassed early aperture awakening realm." As he said that, his body flashed. A new aura that was far more powerful than before radiated from his body. The peak of mid-aperture awakening realm, everyone else's eyes shone brightly. However, your battle prowess. Zhu Shuizhen could not help but ask. The beast-trapping hoop, the demon-subduing pagoda, and the law evasion divine sword are all supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Ziyue stretched out his hand. The copper hoop, the golden pagoda, and the law evasion divine sword appeared in his palm. Then, he waved his hand and kept them. As for that palm print, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it. It was a sect within the Wu country called the Immortal Martial Sect. Ziyue asked softly. The Immortal Martial Sect that was destroyed 300 years ago. Zhong Yun's body trembled. He hurriedly said, "I've heard of this sect." At its peak, it was only below the 7 great immortal martial sects and was comparable to the Kunwu Sword sect. It was one of the strongest sects outside of the 7 great immortal martial sects. It was a pity that the sect leader of the immortal martial sect was greedy for power and fought with the current Wu country's royal family for the throne. In the end, he was defeated and the immortal martial sect was destroyed. If that's the case, what Immortal Master by use should be the ultimate technique of the immortal martial sect, the immortal martial grand palm print. This immortal art is extremely powerful. When used together with the other 2 ultimate techniques of the immortal martial sect, it's said that it can unleash a power comparable to an innate technique. Back then, the immortal martial sect relied on this method to almost become one of the 8 great immortal martial sects. Comparable to an innate technique, Tang Xinren's eyes widened. His face instantly revealed an expression of envy. He was somewhat enlightened. Ziyue had 3 supreme, grade spiritual weapons on him. In addition to the immortal martial grand palm print, his power was unparalleled and comparable to an innate technique. Naturally, he was able to unleash such overwhelming power. The others also revealed looks of contemplation, envy, jealousy, and even a trace of desire. However, they all accepted such an explanation. Even Zhu Shuizhen was the same. It wasn't impossible for one's cultivation base to explode due to a fortuitous encounter. The supreme grade spiritual weapons on Ziyue most likely also originated from a fortuitous encounter. As for innate techniques, although the Chaiyang sect also had an innate technique based on their accumulation, it was far from enough to exchange for it. They were even more unwilling to exchange for it. In addition, they rarely saw others using innate techniques. Naturally, it was difficult to determine the strength of the innate technique. Ziyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he managed to fool them. Chapter 376. To Ziyue, whether his strength was exposed or not was no longer as important as it was at the beginning. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had too many secrets, and once he was noticed by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, it was better not to expose himself if he could. Fortunately, his words did not arouse the suspicion of Zhu Shuizhen and the others due to his deliberate guidance. Although there were still some doubts, it was not good to probe too deeply. I knew that Brother Bai is the best. With Zhao Yuer's eyesight, it was impossible for her to see the battle situation of Ziyue and the others. However, from the conversation of the few people, it was not difficult for her to guess that the elders and master respected Ziyue. She immediately felt a little proud. Ziyue smiled and patted her head. How old is Immortal Bai? If you're not over 50 years old, you can also compete for one of the 12 places. Gu Yinyue seemed to have thought of something and suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. With Immortal Bai's strength, if you're qualified, one of the 12 places will definitely be a piece of cake. You may even be one of the strongest." The others were slightly startled, and they all reacted. One of the 12 places, the deity pill, they were all shocked. "I'm not even 50 years old," Ziyue replied. and then said, "This time, I do have the intention to participate." Suddenly, the elder's gazes became even more respectful. Even Zhu Shuaxian's thoughts were extremely complicated. If Ziyue participated, together with Duan Xingqian, Qin Feiyu, and Zhao Yuer, who had already confirmed that they would participate, then the Chaoyang sect would have 4 disciples who would participate in the competition for the 12 places. If they could all be selected, they sucked in a breath of cold air. That was equivalent to 4 deity pills falling into the hands of the Chaoyang sect. Thinking of this, a wave of fanaticism emerged in their hearts. They were looking forward to it. Soon, the group was on the road again. Although the Drunken Moon Red Lotus disc was broken, they still had the flying shuttle. In the case of 2 separate flying shuttles, the speed was not slow. The 3 elders, Gu Lianyue, Tang Xianren, and Zhong Yun, were in one shuttle, while Ziyue, Zhu Shuaxian, and Zhao Yuer were in the other one. Ziyue's gaze fell on the spoils of war given to him. 10,000 soul banner, underworld ghost scythe. These spirit weapons belong to the Yin attribute. Although I can't use them, they can still increase my soul energy by a large amount. It's not bad. Then there were some jade slips. Sure enough, rogue cultivators like them basically carried all their belongings with them. There were quite a few jade slips and 4 or 5 cultivation methods. On the other hand, the soul diagram guardian warrior, who was the strongest among them, was from the barbarian immortal sect of the Nanman kingdom. He knew that he had stepped into another kingdom to assassinate the genius disciples of many great sections. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. Therefore, other than the spirit weapon he did not have many good things on him, let alone any cultivation technique inheritance. Ziyue pondered for a moment. He did not directly deal with these spoils of war. Instead, he put them away. This time, my soul energy has increased by more than 1 million. Including the previous surplus, it has reached 1.8 million. Let's wait. It's not easy to improve with outsiders around. Ziyue moved his gaze from the attribute panel to Zhu Shuaxian. He asked casually, "Immortal Master Zhu, do we need to pass through Tianyuan Market?" Tianyuan Market? According to the plan, we will pass through Jinkong Mountain, which is 80 miles away from Tianyuan Market. However, since Immortal Master Bai mentioned it, we could take a detour and pass through Tianyuan Market. However, for safety and to avoid unnecessary trouble, we will not enter Tianyuan Market to avoid attracting the attention of some people with evil intentions. Zhu Shuaxian said after hearing this. "Thank you for your understanding, Immortal Master Zhu." Bai Ziyue cupped his fists and quickly expressed his gratitude. In Tianyuan Market, there were many treasures that he had given to the Huang father and daughter. In total, they were worth about 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. He knew that if he participated in the competition for the 12 slots, he would definitely be able to get one of the slots. He might not have time to collect the huge amount of spiritual stones after this. Naturally, he had to make a trip. Calculating that there was still half a day left, Ziyue focused his mind and immersed himself in cultivation again. After his silent cultivation, he had already improved the transcendental visualization skill to 45% of the uninitiated level. Although he had not fully absorbed and mastered his divine sense to the point where he could control it freely, it had increased his control over his divine sense to more than 80%. He also wanted to continue working hard and completely master it. As such, Ziyue immersed himself in his thoughts again and began to visualize his outline, appearance, and flesh. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, just like that, a few hours passed. Buzz! Ziyue's body suddenly shook. Finally, I've completely controlled my divine sense again and reached the point where I can use it freely. Ziyue silently felt the precision, perfection, and smoothness of the circulation of his divine sense. He was shocked and delighted. As for the improvement of the transcendental visualization skill, it was within his expectations. If it was said that his original body was still a little blurry when he first visualized it, Then at this moment, his flesh and blood appearance was no different from his original body. It could be said that he already had the form. Now, he only lacked the spirit. Once he had both the form and the spirit, it would naturally be equivalent to him cultivating this technique. There's no rush. There's no rush. Based on the current 60% progress of the transcendental visualization skill, I should be able to cultivate this spirit refinement technique to the beginner level in at most 2 days. At least until we reach the ancient desolate city, it will be enough. With Zhu Shuaizhen and the others by his side, he naturally could not cultivate shrinking earth into an inch, annihilation divine light, and other divine abilities. He could foresee that he could only cultivate this transcendental visualization skill for the next few days. He was naturally confident that he could quickly cultivate it to the beginner level. Tianyuan City Square, Golden Bamboo, Sword Mill. A middle-aged man in a red brocade robe and a woman in a pink dress stood at the door, looking forward to it. Behind them, there were more than 10 people standing on both sides, looking extremely solemn. In the flow of people, countless people immediately noticed this situation and were immediately shocked. This is the Huang family's head, Huang Qiulong, and the Huang family's first daughter, Huang Qingya. A grand auction has completely revived the Golden Bamboo Sword Mill and restored the Huang family's vitality. Now, they are the most popular people in the entire Tianyuan City Square. Look at them. Who are they welcoming? Who exactly is it that is worth it for them to make such a big scene and personally welcome them? That's right. Especially in this auction, the Huang family took out the awakening pill. The value of this enlightenment pill may not be comparable to some of the upper middle grade spirit weapons, but it is the most important thing for any itinerant cultivator or cultivator family. If not for the enlightenment pill, the Huang family would not have declined in the past. With the help of this enlightenment pill, the Huang family is now related to several cultivator families. I heard that even the second prince, Qian Wudi, has shown his intention to recruit them. After the death of the first prince, the seventh prince is about to participate in the competition for the 12 places. The second prince is the most likely candidate to compete for the throne. However, I remember that when the second prince came in person, the father and daughter of the Huang family did not close the door to the guests and wait for the arrival of the second prince. I heard that the reason why the Huang family suddenly rose is that they have a great master at the peak. Could it be that the peak expert is about to descend this time? Who is it? What kind of master has a higher status than the second prince, Qian Wudi, the strongest under the God realm and invincible in the enlightenment realm, the Kunlun Taoist? What? It's him? If it's really him, not to mention the second prince, Qian Wudi, I guess even the emperor will have to treat him with respect. I didn't expect the Huang family's backer to be such a person. No wonder they suddenly rose to the sky. Waves of discussions caused the entire place to be in an uproar. However, no one wanted to leave. Even though the road had been blocked to the point where it was difficult to walk, they all stood in place with their heads raised in anticipation, waiting quietly. They were looking forward to seeing the Kunlun Taoist, the strongest under the God realm and invincible in the enlightenment realm. In fact, there were even more people rushing over after hearing the news. Under the invisibility skill, Ziwe stepped into the Tianyuan market silently. When he was about to reach the Golden Bamboo Sword Workshop, he suddenly froze and frowned slightly. He did not expect that the father and daughter of the Huang family would make such a big noise when he just used the messaging charm to inform them in advance. After thinking for a while, Ziwe lifted his feet and started walking again. Then, as he moved, his originally hidden figure was gradually revealed. The crowd didn't stop him in the slightest. Under the pressure of a gentle aura, the people in front of him couldn't help but move to the sides to make way. The Kunlun Taoist is here. Very soon, someone discovered this situation. With a cry of surprise, they all automatically moved aside. They looked at the figure that looked a little old, and even his aura seemed a little gloomy with reverence. The strongest under the God realm and invincible in the enlightenment realm. Senior, you're here. From afar, Huang Qiulong and Huang Qingya bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. "This is the last time." Bai Ziyu glanced at Huang Qiulong indifferently and said in an indifferent voice, "Yes." Huang Qiulong's entire body quivered as he hurriedly replied respectfully. Chapter 377. Huang Qiulong knew that his thoughts had been seen through by Ziyu, so he did not dare to explain. He just greeted him respectfully and walked toward the golden bamboo sword workshop. "Senior, please," Huang Qingya said respectfully. Ziyu nodded and stepped into the golden bamboo sword workshop. Until Ziyu's figure completely disappeared outside the golden bamboo sword workshop, the originally silent street suddenly burst into an uproar. "Is this the Kunlun Taoist? He's too strong. Such a person, such a demeanor, is worthy of being the strongest existence below the God realm. This time, it's really an eye-opener. It's indeed a worthwhile trip. The only pity is that I can't really see such an expert in action. I heard that the battle back then was earth-shattering. Even a high-grade 3 grand array, the Universe Fortune Array, was shattered by the impact. You'd better not think about it. Once they fight, the crushing aura can crush you into pieces and smash you into meat paste. Once they fight, how can we survive?" A group of people chatted happily, all of them yearning and looking forward to it. In the whole cultivation world, there were countless experts, but there was no one like Ziyu who was recognized by the public. In particular, after snatching the divine sense and magic treasure from the hands of the 2 God Realm experts, he still managed to escape unscathed. This was really like a legend, and countless people admired him. They wished they could replace him. After a long time, this group of people dispersed. Some people even used it as their own bragging rights and kept spreading it. Senior Kunlun, Huang Qiulong, and Huang Qingya looked at Ziyu with burning eyes, and they were extremely excited. Of course, they had heard of Ziyu's achievements. It was because of this that they took the risk of being scolded and personally greeted him at the door and made a noise. They wanted to use Ziyu's invincible power to deter the rascals and eliminate the threat for the future development of the Huang family. "I forgot to congratulate you for breaking through to the Aperture Enlightening Realm." Ziyu glanced at Huang Qiulong and said, "It's all thanks to Senior's cultivation." Huang Qiulong said gratefully, "If it wasn't for the Aperture Enlightening Pill given by Ziyu, he would almost never be able to step into this realm. However, your actions today are a little unwise. I don't care if you want to use my power, but don't forget, I have many enemies, and you can't afford any of them." Bai Ziyu looked at Huang Qiulong with a faint smile and said, "Ah." Huang Qiulong was taken aback and was stunned. Only then did he realize it. In the Battle of the 6 Ultimate Caves, the Kunlun Taoist was indeed extremely famous, and it was engraved in the entire cultivation world. But all of this was done by stepping on the heads of 2 deity realm experts. The Taoist was the Taoist. The Taoist master was that Taoist Meng and Taoist to destroy the Huang family. To help look to be him. Help. Ask Senior. Zito asked him, "Don't worry, with their strength, they won't deliberately do anything to you. However, if you are too high profile, although they won't do anything, there will always be some people around them who will hold a grudge. If I'm here, they won't dare to go too far. But once I'm gone, your situation will be worrying. So, in the world of cultivation, keeping a low profile is the way to go." Ziyu waved his hand and said, "Yes." The 2 of them were alert and quickly nodded. Their anxious hearts were slightly relieved. No matter what, with the Kunlun Taoist in front of them, no one would dare to act rashly. "All right, Senior, the auction we organized this time was quite successful. Most of the treasures were provided by you, and we sold a total of 3.8 million low-grade spiritual stones. With these spiritual stones, we bought a large number of attribute magical instruments and spiritual instruments according to your instructions. Other than that, we also bought cultivation methods. Because you deliberately instructed us not to require them to be complete, many of these cultivation techniques are incomplete. Some of them were simply about the concept of cultivation. although the value is not high because there were so many of them, it consumed a lot of spiritual stones. In the end, out of the 8 million low-grade spiritual stones, there were only 790,000 left. We put all of them in this storage bag. Immediately after, Huang Qiulong quickly took out a storage bag and handed it over respectfully. Not bad. I'm very satisfied. Ziyue nodded slightly. In a storage bag, there were hundreds of attribute magical instruments and spiritual instruments. There were even more jade scroll eyes, reaching more than 1,000. Even if most of them were incomplete, he believed that he would be able to get some useful information from them. Not only could it help him to extract new acupoints and collect all 1296 acupoints in advance, but it could also become his nourishment and foundation, helping him to create a more perfect cultivation method. As long as you are satisfied, Huang Qiulong hurriedly said respectfully, "All right, now that this matter is over, I have to take my leave." Nodding slightly, Ziyue said softly, "I guess I won't show up for a long time. Take care of yourselves. Are you going to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the God realm?" Huang Qingya asked in surprise. "That's true. That's part of the reason." Ziyue knew that she had misunderstood, but he did not explain too much. If he successfully stepped into the outer area this time, he really needed to prepare for the breakthrough. He believed that in a more prosperous cultivation world, his journey of collecting acupoints would inevitably be smoother. "Senior, can you postpone your cultivation for a while?" Huang Qingya hurriedly asked tentatively. Ziyue frowned. "Senior, it's like this. When we organized the auction before, in addition to the treasures provided by you, we also collected a batch of treasures outside. One of the cultivators once revealed that he was a descendant of a cultivation family that had given birth to a God realm expert thousands of years ago. He had a piece of experience left by his ancestor, which also included the process and comprehension of his ancestor when he broke through from the aperture enlightening realm to the God realm. He showed me a small part of it. The possibility is very high. Because of you, we decided to accept it on the spot. The other party agreed to bring the jade map to trade the next day. However, when we waited until the end of the auction, he did not show up. Just when we were about to give up, he appeared again yesterday and agreed to trade in 3 days. Today, we also did some investigation and confirmed his identity. He is the son of the Deng family, a cultivation family that flourished thousands of years ago. 1,000 years ago, the Deng family had indeed produced a divine realm expert. Moreover, it was the kind of expert who had broken through to the divine realm with his own ability without taking the divine elixir. Now the Deng family has declined, and there are only 2 cultivators in the family. His father even died some time ago. Therefore, in 3 days, we are very likely to exchange the cultivation experience. If you're willing to wait for 3 days. Huang Qiulong also explained. 3 days. Let's talk about it later. I may not need it. Ziyue thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Zhu Shuizhen and the others were still waiting dozens of miles away from the marketplace, so he could not waste too much time here. Moreover, he might not have time to come to Tianyuan marketplace again. Of course, he did not stop Huang Qiulong and Huang Qiulong from trading. If that thing was real, it was really valuable. They would not suffer a loss if it was within 10,000 spirit stones. What a pity. If it is really the breakthrough experience of a God realm expert, especially if he broke through to the God realm with his own ability. If I can watch it, it will be of great help to me. However, there is not much time left for me. After leaving Tianyuan marketplace, Ziyue shook his head slightly and felt a little regretful. In fact, he was quite tempted by the experience of a God realm expert. However, the time soldier did not allow him to do so, so he could only give up. Then he moved his body and took a step. The distance of hundreds of feet was crossed in the blink of an eye. Then, the second step, the third step. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred meters. In just a short moment, he had appeared 3,000 meters away, directly disappearing into the mountains. Divine sense, distance shrinking, but soon his figure came to a halt and appeared in a cave. This place was quiet and hidden. It was suitable for him to burn all the Een attribute spiritual weapons and quickly increase his soul power. Without hesitation, Ziyue brushed his soul consciousness and hundreds of Een attribute spiritual weapons and spiritual weapons in the storage bag appeared in front of him. I hope it can increase my soul power by a lot. Ziyue was looking forward to it. He stretched out his hand, and a big ball of black flame flew out of his body like a bird and smashed on the pile of spiritual weapons and spiritual weapons. 7 demons, true fire. Sizzle. Under the fire, the Een attribute spiritual weapons were burned out. The Een attribute spiritual weapons and spiritual weapons all let out miserable howls. These sounds were gloomy, horrible, and resentful. They disturbed people's mind and stirred up the wind and clouds. However, Ziyue was not moved. The 7 demons' true fire continued to burn. Suddenly, a lot of information about the increase of soul power flashed in front of his eyes. Soul power plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 1,000. Under the continuous burning of the flames, the void was constantly distorted. Large amounts of Een attribute spiritual weapons and spiritual weapons were destroyed and burned into nothing, turning into a mixture of magma-like objects. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 60 breaths, Ziyue stopped when he felt that his soul power was no longer increasing. The total amount of soul power has reached 5 million. In other words, my Hunung had increased by 6,700,000 points this time. Although it cost a lot, it was all worth it. Sighing slightly, Ziyue stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A large amount of mud and stones rolled down and buried the traces here. Then, he used distance shrinking again and rushed in the direction of Zhu Shuizhen and the others. While he was on his way, Bai Ziyue suddenly had an idea. Multitasking. Chapter 378. Spend 60,000 soul energy points to ignite 1 acupoint. Ignite. Spend 60,000 soul energy points to ignite 1 acupoint. Ignite. Ziyue ignited 1 acupoint after another. This way, while his strength increased, the sharp increase in strength would not affect his thoughts and actions. In this way, he continuously consumed 2,700,000 points of soul energy to ignite 45 acupoints. Finally, the number of acupoints he had ignited had reached the level of 700. 700 acupoints ignited. There are only 100 acupoints left from the legendary expert who ignited 800 acupoints when he broke through. The feeling of wanting to break through has also become stronger. Ziyue thought silently, once again suppressing the impulse and desire for a breakthrough in his heart. Big Brother's back. Suddenly, Zhao Yu'er, who had been looking in the direction of Tianyuan City Market, shouted in surprise. Ziyue had already changed his appearance and returned to his original appearance. He also used sword kinesis flight to travel, so he quickly approached and jumped onto the flying shuttle. Immortal Bai, is the matter settled? Zhu Shuizhen asked immediately. It's settled, Ziyue replied. Good, let's continue. Zhu Shuizhen did not ask much. Immortal cultivators had their own secrets, so she naturally did not want to get to the bottom of it. With a shout, the flying shuttle soared into the sky again and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Following closely behind, the flying shuttle belonging to Zhongyun and the others also followed. The next 3 days were calm and tranquil. Ziyue and the others did not encounter any attacks. He also immersed himself in cultivation with peace of mind. He would only occasionally wake up, either to guide Zhao Yu'er in her cultivation or to watch the surrounding scenery, such as the rise and fall of the sun and moon. After 3 days, I've finally cultivated the Transcendental God visualization technique and the art of spiritual cultivation. Ziyue once again woke up from his cultivation, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. 3 days was 1 day longer than he expected, but it did not disappoint him. Before arriving at the ancient desolate city, he had cultivated the art of spiritual cultivation. Now that I've mastered transcendence visualization, my divine sense has indeed become much more condensed. its toughness has also increased to a certain extent. It seems that even the activity of my mind, the ability of understanding, and the understanding of all kinds of techniques have been improved to a certain extent. Ziwa silently comprehended the changes in the enhancement of his spiritual sense and could not help but ponder. The function of the soul consciousness seemed to be far more important than he had imagined. There were many unknown changes that he needed to explore. Immortal Master Bai, you're awake? Zhu Shuaizhen cautiously glanced at Ziwa and said. When Bai Ziwa entered the entry level of the Transcendental Divine Visualization Technique, a terrifying divine sense pressure was suddenly emitted from his body. Even though it was just a flash, the pressure still made her feel a wave of apprehension. Therefore, when he faced him again, he could not help but show a trace of reverence on his face. Yes, Ziwa noticed this change, but he did not say anything. He just nodded and changed the topic. How far are we from the ancient desolate city? There's less than half a day left. However, according to past practice, the next half a day is the most dangerous. It's also the most intense place where the experts from various forces kill the genius disciples of various sections. Individual cultivators, demonic cultivators, heretical cultivators, men of sacrifice from various countries, old antiques from various large sects, and even experts at the peak of the enlightening realm will appear. Therefore, even though there are many geniuses from various sects and forces, such as our Chaiyang sect, including you, there are 4 of them. However, those who can really enter the ancient desolate city are actually less than half of the original number. Most of them died along the way. Zhu Shuaizhen's face turned solemn when she heard this. The experts of the entire ancient desolate region have all been mobilized for the 12 spots that come once every 30 years. Ziwa shook his head and felt that something was wrong. The 12 spots, each representing a deity elixir. This deity elixir is a supreme elixir that can allow a cultivator at the peak of the enlightening realm to break through to the deity realm. Even though the probability is only 30%, how many deity realm experts are there in the entire ancient desolate region? There are only about 20 of them in total, and most of them are deity realm experts who relied on the deity elixir to reach the deity realm. It's considered good to have one person who can really break through by himself within 100 years. If the major sects and forces can have one more deity realm expert, their strength, foundation, status, and benefits will be greatly increased. The structure of the forces may change because of this. Naturally, they will fight desperately for the 12 spots. Zhu Shuaizhen said seriously. Ziwa nodded. Even though he was confident that he could break through to the deity realm with his own ability, he did not attach as much importance to the deity elixir as others. However, if he wanted to enter the wider world, he would have to participate in the competition for the 12 spots and board the warship to the outer region. Thinking of this, he could not help but ask, is there no other way for the people of the ancient desolate region to enter the outer region other than boarding the warship of the celestial spirit sect? It's impossible that so many experts are willing to be trapped in this region, right? Of course, there are many people who have this idea. After all, there are natural restrictions in this world. With the accumulation of resources, reaching the deity realm is already the limit. However, the astral wind canyon, the endless sea domain, and the 100,000 mountains, the 3 most dangerous places, have killed the idea of countless people going to the outer region. The astral wind canyon is a special place that contains endless astral winds. Even if a deity realm expert steps into it, he will be killed in a short while, and his soul will be destroyed and turned into powder. It is only possible to cross the canyon when the astral winds stop once every 30 years. However, the fact that the astral winds stop doesn't mean that there are no astral winds. When they appear occasionally, it will be a disaster. Therefore, only the celestial spirit sect can cross the canyon freely with the help of the warship. However, even with the warship's speed, it will take 20 days to arrive. Ordinary cultivators will not be able to hold on for so long. As for the endless sea domain and the 100,000 mountains, they are more dangerous than the astral wind canyon. Because these two places are said to have great demons equivalent to the Gold Core realm and the Primordial Soul realm. Once encountered, there is almost no doubt that one will die. Of course, there may be people who have walked out of the 100,000 mountains or the endless sea domain and successfully stepped into the outer region. However, this is not something that I can understand. Zhu Shuaizhen pondered for a moment and explained. Thank you for your explanation. Hearing this, Ziyue nodded thoughtfully. Previously, he also understood this point, so he wholeheartedly participated in the competition for the 12 places. It would be best if he could use the 12 places to follow the Celestial Spirit Sect's worship into the outer region. Be careful. Someone is approaching. At this moment, Elder Zhong Yun's voice transmission came from the flying shuttle not far away. Bai Ziyue and the other man hurriedly looked into the distance. They immediately saw a flying shuttle heading in their direction at a crooked angle. Behind the flying shuttle, 3 cultivators flew on their swords and continuously attacked the flying shuttle. In the blink of an eye, the flying shuttle collapsed, and the 3 cultivators, 1 old man and 2 young men, fell from the void. Help! Mercy! As the panicked voices were heard, flying swords had already flashed past and quickly killed the old man and the young man. Dozens of miles away, the 3 cultivators also saw Ziyue and the others. After hesitating for a moment, they quickly collected the spoils and quickly retreated. Obviously, after weighing the pros and cons, they did not dare to attack them. An early-stage Aperture Opening Realm cultivator dares to bring 2 junior disciples to the ancient Desolation City to watch the show. They really don't know what's good for them. Zhu Shuaizhen shook her head slightly and said coldly, however, this also shows that we are about to enter the hunting range of those strong cultivators. All kinds of schemes and sneak attacks will appear one by one. We have to be careful. Tang Xianren on the other side also said, in short, be careful. The group immediately became cautious. In order to prevent becoming a target, they lowered the flying shuttle and made it fly at a low altitude. Even the speed was slowed down and did not dare to fly at full speed like before. They carefully approached the ancient Desolation City. Zhao Yuer clutched Ziyue's sleeve tightly, her face full of worry. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Ziyue patted her head and said with a smile, with Brother Bai by my side, I'm not afraid. Zhao Yuer said firmly. Ziyue nodded. After thinking for a while, he moved his divine sense and immediately cast a spell. It was a detection spell, great insight spell. In an instant, within a radius of 3,000 feet, all kinds of auras of different strengths were within his perception. Regardless of whether it was a demonic beast, cultivator, or martial artist, as long as it was within this radius of 3,000 feet, unless the concealment ability exceeded the limit of his spell, it would be difficult to avoid his detection. There was almost no escape. Sure enough, it's a mess. Ziyue frowned. Under the great insight spell, he quickly found a group of cultivators hiding in the forest. There were many people in this group, including cultivators, martial artists, and even evil cultivators with strange auras. However, their strength was relatively weak, so even if they found their flying shuttle, they did not dare to act rashly. Try not to cause trouble. Once you are entangled, many people will rush over. Zhu Shuaizhen said cautiously. Ziyue glanced at Zhao Yuer, but in the end, he did not make a move. After all, the strength of their group was extremely strong. Among the 5 immortal masters, 3 of them were at the late stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, and the other 2 were at the mid-stage of the Aperture Awakening realm. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to target them. As a result, for a very long time, they were able to move about unimpeded. Taking advantage of this time, Ziyue did not stay idle. With a flick of his divine sense, he flipped his hand, and a jade map eyes appeared in his hand. Using his divine sense, the contents of the jade map eyes flashed in his mind. Soon, he put away the jade map eyes again, then flipped his hand again, and another jade map eyes appeared. This repeated, and soon hundreds of jade map eyes were seen by him. Chapter 379. These jade map eyes were the many secret manuals that he had collected from the Huang father and daughter. There were many cultivation methods recorded in the book, and they had different uses. Although most of them were of low grade, they did not involve many acupoints, and many of them were incomplete. There were even some that were completely pieced together. They were wrong, chaotic, and did not form a system at all. Once someone cultivated according to the cultivation method, there would be no good results. However, the various concepts of cultivation, the profundities of the circulation of cultivation techniques, and countless strange and wonderful ideas entered into his eyes and collided with his reserves, and all of them transformed into nourishment for him. As he comprehended them by analogy, it even allowed him to obtain many unexpected gains. Treasure vault. Treasure vault. In his opinion, these thousands of jade map eyes were simply a treasure vault. It would definitely be of great help to him when he was halfway through his enlightenment. However, he temporarily gave up the idea of exploring the various cultivation concepts and the mysteries of the acupoints. Instead, he focused on the acupoints of the various cultivation methods. The gains were not great, but they were not small either. When he put away the last jade map eyes, he muttered to himself and sighed. As expected, it's not that easy to collect all 1296 acupoints. More than 1,000 jade slip eyes only allowed me to collect 88 acupoints in total. In addition to the 18 I collected from Soul Diagram, Vajra, and the others, I now have a total of 1,237 acupoints. I still need 59 acupoints, but I'm not in a hurry. To me, it's only a matter of time before all the acupoints are collected. Next, I just need to collect spiritual energy step by step and try my best to ignite more acupoints. Ziwa comforted himself, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to see how much his strength would increase when all his acupoints were ignited. Someone's here. Those who can rush here are all big fish. How many people are there this time? What's their strength? 2 flying shuttles. Judging by the situation, they seem to be from the Choyang sect. 3 of them are at the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, and 2 are at the middle stage. But most importantly, there's a little girl on the flying shuttles. She's only in her teens. I don't need to tell you why she came to the ancient desolation city, right? Someone with extraordinary talent? Who would have thought that the Choyang sect was so quiet that they were actually hiding such an existence? The 5 immortal masters aren't weak. With just a few of us, it's not safe. Once the Celestial Spirit sect verifies such a talented person, he will definitely occupy one of the slots. I think it's not only the Gu God sect that won't let them pass. The Nanman Kingdom, the Wu Kingdom, and even the various forces in the Daqian Kingdom won't want them to enter the ancient desolation city alive. Go, inform the 2 groups in the east and west to come over. Also, send a message to the valley over there. I think they will be interested in cooperating. Yes, another 70 li and we'll reach the ancient desolation city. Zhu Shuizhen said excitedly. Along the way, her mind had been tense. Now that she was about to reach the ancient desolate city, she could not help but feel relieved. Stop! Suddenly, Bai Ziyue frowned and bellowed. What happened? Zhu Shuizhen was shocked, but she trusted Ziyue's words. She quickly reached out and stopped the flying shuttle. Immortal Master Bai, did you discover something? Zhong Yun, Tang Xianren, and the others asked one after another. It's a little troublesome. There are too many people. Let's go in another direction. As Ziyue spoke, he was about to ask Zhu Shuizhen and the others to retreat. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the front, left and right. Oh no, we've been discovered. Kill them. The group of people rushed out like lightning. Their killing intent soared and swept over quickly. Although they were far away, their attacks were like rolling waves that rushed out rapidly. 2 peak enlightened realm martial artists, 5 late enlightened realm martial artists, 11 middle enlightened realm martial artists, and more than 30 innate realm martial artists. Why are there so many people? Tang Xianren was shocked, and his face turned pale. Run! Run quickly! Zhu Shuizhen shouted. She quickly turned the flying shuttle around and fled in the direction they came from. They did not expect that the attack this time would cause such a big commotion and that so many powerful martial artists would gather. "You can't escape," one of the peak enlightened realm martial artists roared. Suddenly, a ball of flame burst out from his body. Then his body swayed, and like a ball of fire, he crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This was the fire escape technique, which was rare even in the cultivation world. He had only used it a few times in a row. Sizzle, the void trembled. The fire was dazzling, and ripples appeared. In a short time, he had crossed more than 10,000 meters and arrived in front of the two flying shuttles. He waved his hand, and a disc was suddenly thrown out. Hum, hum, hum. The void twisted, and a strange ripple spread out. Oh no, it's the forbidden space disc. The flying shuttles, which were flying at high speed, were like cows in a quagmire. They could not move an inch and were swaying as if they were about to fall to the ground. Then, a large circular seal suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it expanded in the wind and turned into a huge seal that was like a small mountain. It quickly smashed down on one of the flying shuttles. The void trembled. A pair of scissors expanded in the wind, opened from top to bottom, and then closed abruptly. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and an earth-shaking sound was heard. Immediately after, two flying swords rushed out and slashed at the seal fiercely, causing a series of banging sounds to be heard. At this moment, it was Zhong Yun, Tang Xianren, and Gu Yingyue who were on the flying shuttles that made their moves. With the combined strength of the three, they finally managed to block the circular seal. The power of the seal was greatly reduced, and it flew back in a wobbly manner. But at this moment, the other people's attacks also arrived. Flying swords, spells, talismans. Countless attacks, like the stars in the sky, suddenly fell and swept over. Immortal Master by Protect You Air, Zhu Shuaizhen roared, and the Yuanli in her body surged violently. A huge water screen suddenly appeared on the flying shuttles. The water screen spun violently, and there was a special centrifugal force. All kinds of attacks fell on it, but only 70% of their power could be exerted. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks all fell on the water screen, but it did not even last a breath before it shattered. There were too many attacks, and the water screen was not condensed enough. The remaining attacks fell on the flying shuttles. With loud bangs, the flying shuttles were soon smashed into pieces. "Follow me, let's rush out," Ziwa shouted in a low voice and picked up Zhao Yuer. The immortal martial true body, the immortal martial glazed light, the golden spiritual astral pearl, the positive and negative 5 elements shield technique. Layer after layer of defensive techniques fell, and he rushed out like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, the evading divine sword turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out, carrying the power to break all techniques. Boom! Any attacks fell on it, but they could not shake the flying sword at all. The flying sword directly pierced through a figure in a gray Taoist robe. His body shook, and he lowered his head in shock. There was a huge hole in his chest, which quickly swallowed all his vitality. A middle-aged cultivator had just thrown out a tortoise shell-like shield, but the flying sword had turned into an exquisite arc and pierced through his head. Then Ziwe's immortal martial Yuanli rolled up, turned into a rolling river, and directly poured into his palm. An incomparably mysterious aura of immortal martial arts leisurely appeared. He struck out with his palm. A terrifying, vast, and mighty force that could tear the sky quickly gathered in the void, forming a palm print that spanned nearly 100 feet. The palm print fell with a loud bang, and the 5-finger mountain that seemed to hold up the sky suddenly collapsed. Bang! 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 Countless attacks fell on the palm print, but it only made the palm print pause slightly and then quickly press down again. Rumble! Except for a few experts above the late stage of the Aperture Awakening realm who saw that the situation was not good and quickly escaped from the range of the palm print. 5 or 6 immortal masters and more than 10 martial artists were all within the range of the palm print. Then they were all smashed into meat paste. The earth suddenly collapsed, and as the mountain spring poured in, rain dripped and continued to irrigate, forming a lake that was hundreds of feet long and wide. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Shuizhen, Zhong Yun, Tang Xianren, and the others also attacked one after another, quickly attacking the other cultivators. Even in their eyes, Ziyu directly faced so many experts, which seemed a little crazy. However, in the battlefield, the strong had always been respected. When Ziyu rushed out, they could only follow. Fortunately, the result was good. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they couldn't help but become more confident. How is this possible? The two cultivators at the peak of the aperture awakening realm were terrified. They didn't expect that the seemingly harmless young cultivator, whose realm was at the bottom among the immortal masters of the Qiangdao sect, would have such a terrifying attack. Fight! Kill! They looked at each other and saw a strong fighting spirit and a determination to succeed or die for a righteous cause in each other's eyes. They appeared here to intercept and kill. They were either criminals from their respective forces, or they didn't have much lifespan left and were sacrificing themselves for the development of their sects and families. They had already made up their minds to die. In their eyes, Ziyue's strength and Zhao Yu'er, who was beside him, were enough to threaten the development of their sects and forces. They had to be eradicated. Without any hesitation, they displayed their desperate techniques at the same time. A terrifying aura quickly spread, and the violent surging of their yuan qi caused the void to emit waves of tearing sounds. A flying sword and a circular seal both burst out with an attack that was far more powerful than their peak attacks and fiercely blasted towards Ziyue. At the same time, a strange black shadow suddenly appeared under the ground. The black figure was like an illusion. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared behind by Ziyue without any sound. A terrifying blood saber had already stabbed out at by Ziyue. The target was Zhao Yu'er, who was beside Ziyue and was at a loss. Die. Chapter 380. Die. A strange red light flashed on the blood-red saber, and it suddenly emitted a shocking, murderous aura. Just the aura alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. Be careful. Zhu Shuizhen and the others were shocked and hurriedly warned. What a brilliant concealment technique. A trace of surprise flashed across Ziyue's eyes. Even though his great insight technique had yet to reach the entry level, the other party's concealment technique was already somewhat wondrous to be able to avoid his detection. However, although he was surprised, his movements did not slow down at all. With a thought, a ball of spiritual light had already rapidly landed on the other party's blood-red saber. Treasure stabilizing divine light. The other party's blood-red saber that was swiftly thrusting out paused slightly and was fixed in place. Even though he quickly broke through, a flying sword had already arrived in front of him like a flash of lightning. It was extremely fast, evading divine sword. One sword breaking all techniques. This sword... Oh no! The black figure was shocked and immediately sensed the terror of this sword. This was because when his divine sense detected the sword light, he felt a piercing pain. It was the pain of his divine sense being pierced and shattered by the sword light. In other words, Ziyue's sword had turned from solid to illusory and could already injure the divine sense to an extremely terrifying extent. It was something he had never felt before. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He made a prompt decision and immediately retreated at an even faster speed than before. At the same time, in order to prevent the attack of the flying sword, he took out a coffin-like wooden box that was no more than 3 feet long and had a rectangular shape. Then, he threw it out. Boom! The lid of the wooden coffin suddenly opened, and an 8-foot-tall zombie leaped out. It was clad in armor and had a ferocious face and fangs. Roar! The zombie roared loudly, and its eyelids opened. It was bloodthirsty and ferocious, and its murderous aura soared to the sky. Oh no, it's a bronze-armored zombie with blue eyes. It's a blue-eyed copper zombie, comparable to the peak of the aperture in Lightning Realm. Zhu Shuizhen's expression suddenly changed, and her heart sank. 3 peak aperture enlightening realm cultivators and a zombie comparable to the peak aperture enlightening realm. A trace of despair involuntarily flashed across her heart. Even Zhong Yun, Tang Xianren, and the others' faces turned deathly pale. It was also at this moment that Ziyue's flying sword pierced through like lightning. It quickly pierced through the blue-eyed copper corpse's head. With a pu sound, it instantly pierced through. Bang! The copper corpse's body immediately flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. It was dead. Zhu Shuijian's eyes were blank. He died just like that. This zombie was comparable to the peak of the aperture enlightening state. Not only was it extremely strong, but its physical defense was also comparable to a high-grade spiritual weapon. Even if she attacked it with all her might, she would not be able to break its skin. In the end, he was killed by Ziyue's sword so cleanly. Tang Xianren, Gulian Yue, and the others also opened their mouths wide in shock. After thrusting out his sword, Ziyue no longer paid any attention to the changes behind him. With an indifferent expression, he once again struck out with his palm. Grand immortal martial palm. It was as if a huge mountain had collapsed and pressed down. Even though the 2 peak aperture enlightening state powerhouses had burned their origin energy and life to perform a desperate move, their attack had reached the limit of what they could achieve. Its power was even greater than that of an ordinary peak aperture enlightening state powerhouse. However, regardless of whether it was the flying sword or the circular seal, the moment they collided with Ziyue's palm, they quickly shattered and were thrown away. Then, the palm did not reduce its power and crashed down. How can he be so strong? Could it be that you are? The 2 of them were shocked and then quickly pressed down by the palm. Pooh! At the same time that endless spiritual light exploded, 2 clouds of blood mist also drifted away with the wind. 2 peak aperture enlightening state powerhouses were dead. Master Heartless is dead. Senior Zhao Yang is also dead. Run. Run quickly. Ziyue's attack was extremely powerful and unparalleled. It immediately stunned everyone. No one dared to attack Ziyue again. Without thinking, they quickly turned around and unleashed their origin energy. They immediately flew away at a speed faster than when they came. Kill! Zhu Shuijian and the others were greatly emboldened and immediately began to counterattack. Ziyue would not be polite to these people who wanted to kill him. He stretched out his hand and patted his waist. Immediately, a gourd soared into the sky and shook slightly. Bang! 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 Streaks of sword light quickly rushed out. The sky was full of sword shadows, shattering the void and turning into stormy waves that swept out. It was the upper-grade spiritual artifact, the sword-storing gourd. There were hundreds and thousands of streaks of sword chi. Although the power of a single sword chi was not very strong, when the countless sword shadows rushed out and gathered together, the power of the slash was not weak at all. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures were enveloped by the sword light and then cut into pieces in a muffled sound. It was not until then that Ziyue turned around. The black figure who had launched a sneak attack had rushed to a distance of 100 feet. Humph, you can't escape. Ziyue's mind moved, and an astrolabe suddenly rushed out. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the astrolabe. In an instant, the astrolabe shone brightly. Immediately, a ball of black light flashed and rushed out. The speed of the black light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the black figure and directly entered his body. It was as if the heavens wanted to kill him, and a terrifying tearing force directly acted on his body. The black shadow screamed and felt as if his body was about to crack. He quickly took a deep breath and resisted with all his might. Even though his body was badly mutilated, he managed to block this strange and powerful attack. The witchcraft sex killing curse technique? He still had lingering fear, but his heart was even more frightened. Through various means, he had vaguely guessed the identity of his opponent. At this moment, he really hated the person who had lured him to the extreme. However, he did not dare to hesitate at all. With a flash of blood-red light, he directly used a desperate escape technique, the blood shield technique. Instantly, his already extremely fast speed increased by more than 2 times. I didn't expect his physical defense to be so much stronger than ordinary people. A trace of surprise appeared in Ziyue's eyes again, but his face was still as calm as a lake. A violent surge of celestial martial origin energy surged again, turning into an endless river of stars and poured directly into the astrolabe. Buzz! A ray of black light that was even more strange and faster than before shot out from the astrolabe again. The black figure was horrified, and he felt incomparable fear. He hurriedly threw out the blood saber and slashed fiercely. However, the black light was invisible and did not seem to be affected at all. It passed through his defensive spiritual weapon, swept past his protective spiritual light, and directly entered his body and mind. Buzz, 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 killing curse. Divine destruction technique. Without a sound, his entire body fell from the void and fell to the ground. He was dead. Spiritual energy plus 299,782. This saber has such a strong, murderous aura. In terms of aura alone, it's much stronger than ordinary supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Ziyue stretched out his hand and grabbed the long saber in his hand. Immediately, he felt a strange, murderous aura rushing into his body through his arm. He hurriedly circulated his celestial martial origin energy to expel the murderous aura. If I'm not wrong, this saber should be the bloody killing saber. In the demon sect, there are a few kinds of offensive treasures that can be continuously refined and strengthened. The bloody killing saber is one of them. Every time this saber kills someone, it can devour the opponent's flesh and blood to nourish itself. Not only does it nourish the saber, but it can also nourish the wielder. The stronger the strength of the people it kills, the more powerful the bloody killing saber is, and the wielder's strength will be more terrifying. Now that this bloody killing saber is even more powerful than a supreme spiritual weapon, the number of experts killed by this bloody killing saber must have reached an astonishing level. At this time, Zhongyin came closer and said with a strange look in his eyes, "Is that so? Anyone who has such a strange treasure will harm others and themselves. It's better to destroy it and end it once and for all." Ziyue nodded. With a thought, a clump of pitch-black flames shot out from his body. 7 murderous, true fire. In an instant, the flame enveloped the saber, making a strange and terrifying sizzling sound. Spiritual energy plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 1,000. A large number of spiritual energy values suddenly flashed in front of Ziyue's eyes. Zhongyin was dumbfounded. "What? You want it?" Ziyue turned to look at Zhongyin. "No, how is that possible? I just feel that it's a pity." Zhongyin denied repeatedly, but a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Ziyue did not say much. Seeing that his spiritual energy had increased by a large amount and had officially broken through 9 million and reached 2 million, he could not help but have a thoughtful look in his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on the corpse of the black figure. Because he had been killed by his killing curse technique, the spirit artifact on his body and the black Taoist robe on his body were completely undamaged. Ziyue took the opportunity to put it away and held it in his hand. This upper-grade defensive spiritual weapon should be made of the scales of a great demon at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Its defensive power is not weak, so it should be able to play some role. But this robe is also an upper-grade spiritual weapon, the spirit concealing robe. When worn, it can directly hide the fluctuation of spiritual energy on one's body. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of the black figure, even when I used the great detection technique. It's because of this robe. Ziyue's face showed a trace of surprise. Suddenly, his heart moved. If I use the concealment technique of the invisibility technique together with this spirit concealing robe, will my concealment ability be improved to a higher level? When he used the invisibility technique before, under the detection of the God Realm experts, he could hardly hide. It was also because of this that when he escaped from the hands of the 2 God Realm experts, he was a little embarrassed and difficult. It also made him a little worried. Now that he saw the spirit-concealing robe, he immediately had an idea and was a little restless. Bai Ziyue made a mental note of this and put it away. With a move of his body, he joined up with the others. Chapter 381. Fortunately, Immortal Bai helped us. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for us to escape from such a large-scale attack. Gu Yinhua looked at the battlefield and said with lingering fear, "That's true. No one expected the number and strength of this attack to be so terrifying. Speaking of which, it's all my fault for having delusions that I shouldn't have. I also underestimated the attraction and stimulation of a peerless genius like you to the people of other forces." Zhu Shuizhen nodded and couldn't help but look at Ziyue. She couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, she had invited Bai Ziyue with the idea of having more people, more power. Otherwise, they would have fled in defeat long ago, not to mention reaching this place. Well, we're not far from the ancient desolation city. Let's continue. Bai Ziyue did not say anything further. He greeted them and said, "Yes, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's continue." Zhu Shuizhen nodded hurriedly. Soon the group set off again. This is the ancient desolation city. We're finally here. The group of 6 flew out of the forest covered in dust. With a glance, they saw a towering, majestic, and ancient city filled with the vicissitudes of time. The ancient desolation city. It said that the ancient desolation city has been here since long before our Chaiyang sect was established. It's also protected by the only 5th grade formation in the entire ancient desolation region. It hasn't changed after the vicissitudes of time. It hasn't been destroyed by powerful experts. It has a history of more than 10,000 years. Zhongyan couldn't help but sigh. Ziyue nodded silently. He naturally had some understanding of the ancient desolation city. The 5th grade formation set up in the ancient desolation city wasn't controlled by anyone. It didn't have any restrictions on human cultivators. As long as they didn't deliberately attack some key places in the city, they wouldn't be attacked. On the contrary, once monsters and ghosts showed their strength in the city, they would immediately trigger the formation to recover its strength and kill them. Therefore, Ziyue also knew that the ancient desolation region had a glorious history, and there were experts who had surpassed the God realm. It was a pity that for some unknown reason, it had declined and could only support the cultivators with celestial skills to break through to the God realm. Let's go into the city. With a shout, the group quickly headed towards the ancient desolate city's gate. Simple, stately, and spacious. Ziyue silently sized up the ancient city and made a judgment about it. The competition for the 12 spots shook all the cultivators in the world. Naturally, the ancient desolation city was filled with people chattering endlessly. Ziyue and his group walked on the wide street, listening to the conversations of the people around them. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years have passed. I wonder what kind of geniuses will emerge this time. That's a lot. The 7 major immortal Dao sects, the 3 imperial clans, the 23 major immortal Dao sects, the 7 major immortal Dao clans, and some astonishingly talented loose cultivators. At least 100 people would participate. These hundreds of people were all at least in a middle stage of the awakening realm before the age of 50. This doesn't include the people who were intercepted and killed by various experts along the way. Those people who try to kill me are indeed hateful. If we hadn't come early, we would have been buried in the wilderness before we even stepped into the ancient desolate city. There's nothing we can do about it. This is a competition that occurs once every 30 years. All the forces are scheming against each other. How can we change that? However, who do you think will be the most likely to get spot this time? Duan Xingqian from the Chaiyang sect will probably get a spot. He's the true disciple of one of the 7 major immortal Dao sections. He's also one of the few who has reached the late stage of the awakening realm. There's also Hua Fifan and Zhuge Yu from the Gu God sect. I heard that they have the battle record of fighting against cultivators in the late stage of the awakening realm. Actually, there are too many of them. Hua Jihua in Fanqing Yu from the Jiuhua Fairy Palace, Han Liming from the Beixian sect, Qian Jin from the Qian Nation, Zhao Jingtian from the Wu Nation, Hu Jinshan from the Nanman Nation. Which one of them isn't a genius with extraordinary strength? But no one can guarantee that they will get one of the 12 spots. Everything would only be known after they truly fought each other. Maybe a dark horse will appear. Who knows? That's true. Countless voices were heard, and some people even listed the names of the dozens of geniuses one by one. It was an eye-opener for Ziyue as he realized how many geniuses there were. At the end of the day, he never thought of himself as a genius. Duan Xingqian is quite popular, but it's true. Although his talent isn't as good as Zhao Yuer's, he's still considered top-notch. Coupled with his cultivation advantage, he's indeed very competitive. As for Fanqing Yu, Ziyue's gaze was slightly complicated. It had been more than half a year since he last saw Fanqing Yu. Fanqing Yu was indeed one of the few people he had met who could surprise him. Her talent was extraordinary and amazing. In particular, the scene of her killing an innate expert with a single sword strike shocked him, who was only at level 9 of the Qi refinement stage at that time. It left a deep impression on him. However, I remember that she once said that she was born with a special physique. Although she didn't say that she was born with a Taoist aptitude, I can clearly feel that she also has this extraordinary characteristic when compared to Zhao Yu. Coupled with her age, she should be able to be one of the 12 spots like Zhao Yu. Ziyue had some doubts in his heart, but when he thought of the danger of their trip, he couldn't help but come to a realization. If her heavenly spirit root and Taoist aptitude were exposed, then she would encounter the same level of interception as Zhao Yu. Because of her own strength, there might even be more and stronger people trying to kill her. For safety's sake, it was naturally best to hide everything. Finally, I have a place to be alone. In a simple and unadorned room, Ziyue looked at his attribute panel, which had a total of 57 million points of spirit energy, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. If he continued to stay with Zhu Shuizhen and the others, if his spirit energy continued to increase, it would soon reach 10 million points. Once his spirit energy reached 10 million points, there would be a risk of the attribute panel being upgraded. This was not necessarily a good thing for him, who was still at the stage where his strength needed to be quickly improved. However, in front of Zhu Shuizhen and the others, he couldn't use his spirit energy to increase his strength and spells because it would often cause a commotion and expose his true strength. That was definitely not what he wanted. Now, I've only cultivated Transcendence visualization and a broken jade sword finger, which is specially used to replenish the sword chi of the sword storage gourd. Let's upgrade these 2 spells to perfection first. Ziyue pondered for a moment. Seeing that the amount of spirit energy was still rapidly increasing, he didn't dare to hesitate and moved his mind. Spend 139,822 spirit energy to upgrade Transcendence visualization to perfection. Upgrade. Spend 349,845 spirit energy to upgrade broken jade sword finger to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, all kinds of insights about Transcendence visualization and broken jade sword finger emerged in his heart. All the doubts he had when he was cultivating in the past were all answered at this time. Suddenly, he was enlightened. All kinds of enlightenment dazzled him, and he was immersed in it. At the same time, he felt that his already condensed and powerful divine sense was once again tempered, becoming more condensed and powerful. This kind of power made him feel a sense of perfection in his heart. It was as if it couldn't be increased, and it had reached some kind of limit. Realm barrier. I've encountered a realm barrier. Bai Ziyue's mind was clear, so he naturally sensed this. His eyes involuntarily flashed with a trace of joy that was neither joy nor expectation. There was a complicated expression of anticipation and regret. His divine sense had touched the realm barrier, which meant that his divine sense could no longer be increased at the level of the aperture opening realm. Unless he encountered a great opportunity or went through some kind of transformation, As for the power of the broken jade sword finger, feeling that his fingers were slightly hot, Ziyue's mind moved. The sword storage gourd suddenly expanded with the wind, opening a huge gap. Then, he reached out and pointed. A ray of sword chi quickly shot out, and with a bang, it poured into the sword storage gourd. The sword storage gourd trembled violently. It took a while for it to digest the sword chi and store it inside. The pure power of this sword chi is actually equivalent to the full blow of a cultivator at the late stage of the aperture opening realm. If there are hundreds and thousands of sword chi stored in the sword storage gourd, the power, even if it is not enough to threaten a deity realm existence, it is enough to make them panic. Ziyue's eyes could not help but light up. He was very clear that due to the material of the sword storage gourd, once the sword chi of the broken jade sword finger was too powerful, the sword chi would probably be destroyed when it was activated. However, compared to an upper-grade spiritual weapon, he naturally looked forward to it more. It could exert a blow that could threaten a deity realm expert. Then his eyes fell on the attribute panel again. Although I've improved the transcendental visualization skill and the broken jade sword finger to perfection. However, there are still many divine senses and magic arts that are not at the beginner level. Among them, the divine sense of shrinking land into inches is at 72% beginner level, and the divine light of obliteration is even lower, only at 5% beginner level. Then there is the big hole observation skill. Because I can continuously practice it while I'm on the road, it has improved the fastest. It is already at 95% beginner level, and I'll reach the beginner level in 1 or 2 days. As for the 3 killing curses, the spirit shattering skill is at 75% beginner level. The body splitting skill is at 71% beginner level, and the divine destruction skill is at 67% beginner level. Although the progress is a little slow, it is also because I haven't practiced much. Finally, there is this divine sense attack magic art, the evil star soul devouring skill. Although the progress is low, only at 55% beginner level, I am confident that I can reach the beginner level in a short time. Ziyue silently glanced at the various divine senses and magic arts, and he was slightly excited. Chapter 382. The baleful star soul devouring technique was a soul attack technique. Now that his divine sense had reached the limit of the enlightenment realm and was extremely condensed, it would naturally be easier and smoother to cultivate. It would also allow him to learn this technique much faster than before. Now I have 82 million soul energy left. Continue to upgrade. Ziyue glanced at the attribute panel and thought again. Spend 6 million soul energy to ignite 100 acupoints. Ignite. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue chose to ignite without hesitation. Buzz. Ziyue's body shook, and the 100 acupoints in his body shook at the same time. Then they were quickly moistened, flushed, broken, and ignited. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths after 100 breaths. Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. The number of acupoints ignited has reached 800. Now I have finally achieved a small goal and reached the level where I can cause auspicious signs to descend from the heavens when I break through. Ziyue took a deep breath, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Before this, he had always regarded that expert as his goal. Even when the expert was breaking through, other experts in the God realm were afraid because of the heaven and earth anomaly. But no one dared to ignore his achievement. He could be said to be the top person in the ancient desolate region. Now that he had ignited 800 acupoints and reached this level, he was naturally happy. Maybe now that I have broken through, I can also cause a heaven and earth anomaly? However, 800 acupoints are far from my goal. The universal acupoint map in the Chaoyang sect contains 1,080 acupoints. However, the number of acupoints that were truly perfected was 1296. There's still a huge gap between these two levels. Ziyue quickly calmed down and did not become complacent because of this. Perhaps in the ancient desolate region, igniting 800 acupoints and breaking through to the God realm was indeed the top. But in the wider outer region, he believed that there would be stronger existences. If possible, he naturally did not want to leave any regrets. He wanted to improve his foundation, strength, and potential to the extreme. Igniting 800 acupoints has allowed my strength to rise once more. With my current strength, if I were to encounter Taoist Ming and Taoist Yuan again, even if I still couldn't defeat them, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. If we add the God-striking ruler, Ziwa silently sensed the surge of power after igniting his acupoints. He secretly compared the changes before and after, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. As he thought of this, a black ruler appeared in his hand. God-beating ruler. After refining it for a long time, he had finally refined the God-striking ruler. Although it wasn't like the evading divine sword, which he could wield like an extension of his arm, he could still control it and use it. As for power, in the end, he could only find out after trying. He was looking forward to it. It'll take another 2 days for the foreign battleships to arrive. In other words, the competition for the 12 spots would only officially begin 2 days later. In this way, I have time to travel in this ancient city that has been around for thousands of years. Ziwa, dressed in a black robe, walked on the street and looked at everything around him with interest. Usually, he cultivated in seclusion and worked hard to improve his strength. He rarely looked at the scenery along the way. Especially this ancient city, it was simple and natural, with traces of the passage of time. The architectural style was also very different from today's cities, but it was an eye-opener for him. As for Zhu Shuaijin and the others, in order to better protect Zhao Yuer so that she could smoothly get a spot, at least before the foreign battleships arrived, it was impossible for them to go out. Let's go! In the arena square, Zhuge Yu of the Gu God sect and Fan Qingyu of the Jiuhua Immortal sect are about to fight. What's going on? Didn't they say that there are still 2 days before the competition for the 12 spots? During this period, these geniuses have been conserving their strength. If they fight in advance and get injured, no matter who it is, they will inevitably miss the opportunity to get the 12 spots. Didn't their elders stop them? The Gu God sect and the Jiuhua Immortal Palace are 2 of the 7 great celestial method sections. They're like fire and water, like mortal enemies. This time, when the 2 of them met, I don't know what they said, but they decided to fight to the death. Their elders didn't have time to stop them. Now that the news has spread, a battle is inevitable. It's too late to stop it. I heard that Zhuge Yu deliberately said something about senior sister Fan Qingyu, which angered her. Fan Qingyu's senior sister? Lu Biao? Now that you mention it, I remember that 3 years ago, Lu Biao was found to have lost her cultivation base and was imprisoned in the wafting fragrance pavilion in the capital of Wu Nation. It's said that it was Zhuge Yu who did it. Think about it. The fairy of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, a noble person, was imprisoned in a place like the wafting fragrance pavilion and was ridden by tens of thousands of people. It's indeed a great humiliation. It's also the most humiliating thing for the Jiuhua Immortal Palace in recent years. Moreover, I heard that when Fan Qingyu was young, she was introduced to the Jiuhua Immortal Palace by Lu Biao. They're very close. I don't know why, but I feel like there's a conspiracy going on. You're not mistaken. The group of people spoke quickly, but they did not hesitate and quickly headed to the square outside the arena. Zue narrowed his eyes and frowned before he quickly followed them. The news about the battle between Fan Qingyu and Zhuge Yu spread in a short time. Therefore, when Baiziwa stepped into the arena square, countless people had already gathered. It was bustling and seemed to be a little crowded. Is that Fan Qingyu? She's so beautiful. Moreover, she's extremely talented. I heard that she's only 20 years old, but she's already in the celestial method realm at the intermediate stage of the aperture enlightening realm. No wonder she's called Fairy Qingyu. Do you know that she hasn't been cultivating for long? I don't know the details, but it's definitely less than 10 years. Doesn't that mean? I suddenly understand why the Gu God sect's Zhuge Yu provoked her to fight. Be careful with your words. We'll just watch the show. That's true. However, although Fan Qingyu is extremely talented, she might not be a match for Zhuge Yu in the arena. Not only has Zhuge Yu reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the aperture enlightening realm, but he has also cultivated a group of spirit-devouring vermin that could devour spiritual qi. Moreover, he has an upper-grade spiritual weapon, the one-heart spear, which he has refined with his blood. In the future, it will grow together with him. In his hands, even if it's not as powerful as a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, it's not much worse. That's not necessarily true. Since Fan Qingyu dares to accept the challenge, she must have some confidence. As the discussion went on, Ziwei also looked at the two people in the arena. Fan Qingyu was the same as when he first met her. She was wearing a purple robe and looked like a fairy. Her beautiful face and watery eyes made her look like a peerless fairy. Seeing an old friend, Ziwei could not help but feel a little emotional. He was a little happy, a little scared, and a little worried. It was very complicated. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have let Lu Biao out so early. She's really too young. Zhuge Yu looked at Fan Qingyu and smiled evilly. His tone was full of frivolity. You're courting death. Fan Qingyu's face flashed green. Her cold eyes were full of anger. A flying sword turned into a golden light and rushed out quickly. Don't be hasty. I still want to tell you how I did it, Zhuge Yu shouted, but his movements were not slow. A long spear swayed slightly and rushed out as well. At the same time, vermin the size of a baby's fist flew in the sky and swept toward Fan Qingyu like a nebula. Spirit-devouring vermin. Clang! The flying sword and the long spear collided and made a loud sound. Then they flew back at the same time. Humph! During the battle, Fan Qingyu was very calm. She waved her hand, and a ball of light green flame spread rapidly and engulfed all the vermin in the sky. Buzz! 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 The spirit-devouring vermin trembled. They opened their mouths and devoured the spiritual qi in the flame crazily. Leaving behind hundreds of vermin's corpses, they rushed out of the flame quickly. Countless vermin flew in the sky again, looking ferocious and terrifying. My vermin are not afraid of fire. Zhuge Yu sneered. He pointed his hand, and the one-heart spear rushed out again. At the same time, he secretly touched his waist. A palm-sized vermin that was almost transparent flew out quickly. In a flash, it had already rushed out. Oh no, this is the rank 9 heart-piercing vermin. How did Zhuge Yu cultivate such a spiritual vermin? This vermin might not belong to him. This vermin is so huge and almost transparent. It has reached the level of a rank 6 vermin king. How can it be formed without hundreds of years of cultivation? I remember that the rank 9 heart-piercing vermin is the life vermin of the great elder of the Gu God sect, Miao Changchun, who traveled with Zhuge Yu. It seems that the Gu God sect is really scheming this time. That Fan Qingyu is really stupid. She jumped into such an obvious scheme anyway. With her talent, she could get 1 to 12 spots even if she did not participate in the competition. But now, she's going to die here. This is a good thing for us and for the other forces as well. If she takes 1 spot, we will have 1 less spot. Jiahua Immortal Palace is already strong enough. The others will not sit back and watch them get another deity elixir. So, although many people have seen through the Gu God sect scheme, they have a tacit understanding to add fuel to the fire. Look, Fan Qingyu is going to die this time. Even if she avoids the rank 9 heart-piercing vermin and defeats Zhuge Yu, she will have other tricks up her sleeves. We just need to watch the show. Chapter 383. Fellow Taoist, Zhao, Jinming. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for nearly 100 years. The last time we met, you and I were still in the aperture enlightening realm, preparing to break through to the God realm. In an antique courtyard, a Taoist nun with delicate features smiled at the middle-aged cultivator opposite her. Her eyes revealed a hint of age. Yes, at that time, we were determined to break through to the God realm with our own abilities. I remember that Venerable Fengxia ignited 562 acupoints, and I only ignited 537. In the end, you and I could only accept the reality and break through to the God realm with the help of the God elixir. Venerable Jin Ming said helplessly. It's also thanks to the Jiuhua Immortal Palace and your Zhao clan that we won a god elixir in the competition for the 12 places. Otherwise, we would have withered and turned into dust. Venerable Feng Xia smiled gently and then asked curiously, By the way, I wonder why fellow Taoist Jin Ming invited me here? Zhao Jiming just smiled and said, My spiritual tea is a third-grade spiritual tea unique to the imperial courtyard of our martial kingdom. It has the most lasting flavor, and I'm not willing to take it out for ordinary people. I've drunk a lot of tea, but you don't want to talk about it. Venerable Feng Xia couldn't help but show a trace of suspicion on her face. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and released her divine sense. Her face suddenly changed, and she shouted, Zhao Jiming, I treat you as a fellow Taoist, but you schemed against me. Then, she stretched out her hand and pointed sharply in the distance. Puff! A thin layer of silencing spiritual isolation array light wave was quickly broken. Then, her figure flashed and immediately disappeared. People in Jianghu have no choice. Zhao Jiming's expression was indescribable. He picked up the spiritual tea, took a sip, and sighed, It's cold. In the arena, Fan Xingyu's eyes were cold, and she didn't say anything. A bronze bell rose to the sky, and in the wind, it grew to a height of several feet. She stretched out her hand, and a spiritual light rushed out. Buzz! It was like a great bell and a drum, shaking the void. Sizzle! Under the vibration of the bronze bell, countless spirit-devouring vermin immediately became askew, and were soon knocked out and scattered on the ground. Even the 9th-level heart-piercing venom seemed to be greatly affected by the sound waves, and its speed couldn't help but be greatly reduced. Then, the bronze bell covered its head. Buzz! 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 The 9th-level heart-piercing poisonous venom, immediately. Every time the bell of violent vibration like a great drum, the sound could be heard for 100 miles. After only a few times, that ruthless and violent rank 9 piercing heart goo became increasingly powerless and was temporarily trapped inside. Damn it, Zhuge was enraged. His one-heart spear spun and charged madly at Fan Xingyu. Fan Xingyu's expression didn't change. A glazed golden lamp soared into the sky and quickly floated above her head. The golden lamp shone through the glazed lampshade, turning into a mass of rainbow light. Under the illumination, it spread out and enveloped her entire body. Bam! The heart-piercing spear hit the rainbows. The rainbow's light shook slightly, but it recovered in an instant. Kill! Fan Xingyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her body was like a phantom as she approached Zhuge. Her pair of slender hands were as white as jade. With a slight shake, they instantly formed a special finger seal. The finger seal was like a fairy guiding the way. Immediately, a ray of light shot out. Oh no! Zhuge Yu's face changed. As he retreated, he cast a defensive technique. Buzz! 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 The ray of light broke through the layers of defense. Even though Zhuge Yu tried his best to dodge, it still hit one of his arms hard. Puff! One of his arms quickly turned into a bloody mist and flew out. Ah! Zhuge Yu screamed in pain, and he was terrified. 9 Splendor Celestial Finger. This is the 9 Splendor Celestial Finger. The 9 Splendor Celestial Finger. How is it possible? With her cultivation, how can she use this skill? There's only one possibility. She has an innate Taoist body. Only someone with an innate Taoist body and strong origin energy can sustain the consumption of this skill with the strength of a middle-stage aperture enlightening realm cultivator. It seems like the Weibo celestial sex speculation is right. She is indeed a peerless genius. She can even take one of the spots. Die! Fan Xingyu frowned, and then she forcefully took a deep breath once more. Her pure white finger shook slightly, and origin energy surged violently as another finger seal condensed into form. Stop! Stop! Dignified and deep voices exploded one after another. Following that, one figure after another shot out from the crowd like lightning. Get lost! Do you really think there's no one in the Nine Splendor Celestial Palace? At the same time, the people from the Nine Splendor Celestial Palace seemed to be prepared. They quickly rushed out and blocked the figures. However, there were also a few people who broke through the obstacles and rushed into the arena. These people looked ferocious, and their killing intent was fierce. They attacked without hesitation. Fan Xingyu did not care about the changes in the outside world. Her aura was dim due to the consumption of her origin energy. However, her eyes were firm and determined. She pointed out a finger seal. Chi! A beam of mystic light shot out like a laser. Celestial finger. Nine Splendor Celestial finger. No! Zhuge Yu screamed in horror, but he could not stop the celestial finger from piercing through his body. Puff! His head was pierced through. He was dead. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect to see such a fierce battle before the competition for the 12 spots began. Moreover, a genius who could compete for one of the 12 spots had been killed. Senior sister, I have finally avenged you, Fan Xingyu murmured, and she could not help but feel a little dazed. However, by this time, the attacks of the others had already reached Fan Xingyu. Bang! 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 Several attacks landed on the golden light of the glazed golden lamp, causing it to vibrate violently. As the golden light dimmed, Fan Xingyu was startled awake. Just as he was about to react, he suddenly saw a figure closing in on him like a phantom. A ray of sword radiance that was filled with the aura of gung metal shot out rapidly. Gung metal, single chi sword. Sizzle. The void vibrated as the sword radiance shot out. True disciple of the Gu God sect master, Hua Fifan. Fan Xingyu's figure retreated rapidly, a trace of panic finally appearing in her incomparably cold eyes. It was not only because her opponent was in the advanced stage of the Aperture and Lightning realm, but also because the sword was a superpower. Sword Chi superpower. As for her, she had used up all her origin energy after using 2 superpowers, so it was impossible for her to block such an attack. Further away, the first elder, second elder, fifth elder, and 7th elder of the 9-flower celestial palace were all blocked by the Gu God sect's disciples. The only God realm expert from the Nanman kingdom who was watching the battle was indifferent, and he had no intention of helping. It's good to die here. No matter what, I have finally avenged senior sister. Fan Xingyu's thoughts were in a mess at this moment. Suddenly, a face flashed in front of her eyes. She could not help but laugh at herself. How could he appear here? After all, they were from 2 different worlds. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual light shot out like lightning and landed on the gung metal single chi sword. Sizzle. The gung metal sword chi paused for a moment, and then with a slight tremble, it broke through the obstruction and shot out again. However, it was also at this moment that a huge and solid palm print had already landed with a loud bang, ruthlessly slamming onto the sword light. Bang! Under the powerful and turbulent palm print, the bright light of the gung metal sword chi dimmed quickly. Then like ice melting, it shattered. They were defeated and scattered. Was the superpower broken? What's going on? Hua Fik also used his superpower, but it was broken. Who is he? This palm seems to be the great, immortal martial handprint of the Wu Kingdom's imperial family. Could it be someone from the Zhao family? Countless people stared in shock at the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly appeared in the arena. Their faces were filled with shock. Even though Hua Fifan was unable to exert the true power of this superpower due to his lack of control, it was still not something that an ordinary cultivator could withstand. In comparison, the power of Ziyue's palm print was more like a superpower. It was ferocious and powerful. Many people recognized that it was the great immortal martial handprint of the Zhao family of the Wu Kingdom. They were surprised. Is the Zhao family going to break the agreement? Miao Changchun, the great elder of the Gu God sect, shouted. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Zhao family of the Wu Kingdom had intervened this time? At this critical moment, Ziyue stepped in. Naturally, he would not watch as Fan Xingyu died in front of his eyes. Fan Xingyu looked at the familiar figure in front of her and her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Long time no see." Ziwe turned to look at her and said with a smile, "Why are you? Watch out." Fan Qingyu's face suddenly changed as she hastily reminded him. Die. Hua Feifan's confident attack was broken. His face suddenly revealed a trace of ferociousness. At the same time, a black sword also shot out like a bolt of lightning. Following that, the other cultivators of the Gu God sect executed the grand art of ignition at the same time and unleashed their strength to the maximum. More ferocious attacks were launched at Hua Feik at the same time. Not far away, within the Copper Bell, the rank 9 heart-piercing Gu seemed to have not given up on struggling. At this moment, it finally managed to lift the Copper Bell and break free. Then, it turned into a ray of light and rapidly charged over. "You're courting death." Bai Ziyue's expression remained unchanged. He raised his palm gently, and a giant palm print rapidly appeared in the air. This palm print was solid, vast, and powerful. It moved slightly and then quickly descended. It was as if a giant mountain was toppling over, suppressing everything. Rumble. Chapter 384. Rumble. As the grand immortal martial palm descended, a powerful pressure caused the air to explode. At the same time, it swiftly shattered all of the incoming attacks and sent them flying. The palm print did not lose its strength and continued to move forward. "No, run." The cultivators of the Gu God sect who had just arrived were horrified. They turned around without hesitation, only to find that the space around them had been sealed and they could not move at all. When they raised their heads, their vision turned dark. This attack, Hua Feifan's eyes widened and his face turned pale. Because Bai Ziyue had used his gung metal single sword chi to attack Yi Futian, it did not really land on his body. Therefore, Yi Futian could not sense it clearly. However, now that he was facing the attack, he realized how terrifying it was. He could not block it. He knew that he could not block it with his own means. Even if he could run away, as the palm print fell, the void froze. It was as if the entire world was going against him, and this made him understand even more clearly. Even if he wanted to run away, he could not. "You forced me to do this." Hua Feifan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with pain. He flipped his hand, and an ancient sword-shaped talisman appeared. He activated it without hesitation. Buzz! The talisman vibrated and turned into a golden gung sword radiance that was more dazzling and powerful than before. As soon as the sword light appeared, it was sharp and piercingly cold, emitting endless sharpness. Almost immediately, it tore apart the frozen and sealed void. Then, the sword light flashed, and Sumeru slashed out. Puff! This sword strike was extremely powerful. It was 10 times more powerful than Hua Feifan's previous sword strike. It fiercely clashed with the palm print, and the golden sword light dimmed a little. Then, it pierced through the palm print and smashed it into pieces. He blocked it. The rest of the cultivators were overjoyed. They felt that they had survived a disaster. "You made me waste a divine power talisman. Go to hell." Hua Feifan's face was hideous and his eyes were filled with hatred. He controlled the golden gung, single chi sword, and slashed again. It was like a white waterfall that slashed towards Ziyue. This is a divine power talisman. As expected of the Gu God sect, one of the 7 great immortal cultivation sects. They have such a deep foundation that they can make divine ability talismans. It should be known that the materials required to make the divine power talisman included the skin of a divine realm great demon, the blazing blood divine marrow liquid, and the extremely cold water. Just the materials alone cost more than 1 million spirit stones. Moreover, they were extremely precious and priceless. Finally, and also the most crucial point, it required a divine realm expert to use a special method to seal it. Only then could it be formed. If he failed, he would lose over 1 million spirit stones. This magical power talisman seals the most powerful magical power of the Gu God sect, Gung Jin 1 Chi Sword. According to my calculation, it should be made by Hua Feifan's master, Miao Dingjin, the leader of the Gu God sect. Even if the talisman's power is only equivalent to 80% of Miao Dingjin's power, it is still not something an ordinary cultivator can resist. Even for deity realm experts, there are not many who dare to take it head-on. However, it is beyond my expectation that Miao Dingjin would give this magical power talisman to Hua Fifan. As everyone knows, the next leader of the Gu God sect is Miao Yongquan, the son of Miao Dingjin. Perhaps it is related to the one 30 years ago. Him? That'll make sense. So that young man is doomed. He is doomed. Zuf frowned. When he was about to dodge, he remembered that Fan Xingyu was behind him. He stopped and used all his defensive techniques at once. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. A speck of light shot out and quickly landed on the sword Qi. Treasure stabilizing divine light. In a split second, the Gungjin sword Qi rushed out again. At the same time, Ziyue's flying sword shot out. However, the Gungjin sword Qi was too fast. The two did not even meet. He had no choice but to use a gourd hanging on his waist. Clang, clang, clang. Streaks of sword Qi shot up to the sky. Sword storing gourd. The sword light of the broken jade sword finger, which had accumulated over 20 rays of sword light, was activated at the same time, fiercely chopping towards the Gungjin sword Qi. In the midst of the puff, puff, puff sounds, the Gungjin sword Qi did not lose its strength and fiercely chopped down. Boom! The five elements shield technique slightly condensed and then collapsed. The golden thread spiritual highland's defensive spiritual highland slightly shrank, and with a pop, it turned into spiritual light and dissipated. The Gungjin sword Qi slashed the celestial martial glazed light with irresistible force. The celestial martial glazed light dimmed slightly and then shone brightly again. The Gungjin sword Qi was broken. How could it be? Hua Fifan's face changed greatly. At this moment, he really understood how terrifying Ziyue was. He immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. You attack me again and again. Do you really think I have a good temper? Ziyue said coldly. The evading divine sword flashed slightly. Under the one sword break, all techniques, the sword radiance was like a flash of white light. No, you can't kill me. Hua Fifan was horrified. A blood red rushed out. Puff! The flying sword instantly pierced through the wood and then pointed at Hua Fifan's body. It split the protective spiritual light on his body and pointed at his head with irresistible force. How dare you? Stop! The experts of the Gu God sect shouted, but it was too late for them to stop Hua Fifan. Bang! Hua Fifan's body fell to the ground heavily and blood stained the ground. I can't kill you? In my eyes, there's no one in the world that I can't kill. Ziyue's indifferent voice came out leisurely. The scene was silent. Even the experts of the Gu God sect and the Zhuhua Fairy Palace stopped fighting. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Ziyue in disbelief. Hua Fifan was dead? He had used his divine sense and divine power talisman to launch an attack of the divine realm. How could he still be dead? How could it be possible without the help of a divine realm expert? Who on earth is he? Stop! Who dares to be presumptuous? At this moment, a figure came from afar like a flowing light. A powerful aura of the divine realm expert was released and quickly crushed the crowd. It was the divine realm expert of the Zhuhua Fairy Palace, Perfected Fengxia. Perfected Fengxia glanced around and felt relieved when she saw Fan Xingyu was intact. Then, she saw the situation at the scene. The surroundings were silent. She was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face. Perfected Fengxia. Perfected Fengxia is here. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they revealed looks of interest. The arrival of Perfected Danxia meant that the Gu God sect plan had failed completely. They had failed miserably and lost 2 talented disciples. Zhugiyu's failure was not a big deal because the chances of getting one of the 12 spots were slim. However, Hua Fifan, who had reached the late stage of the Enlightenment realm and mastered the divine sense golden single chi sword, was also one of the candidates. However, both of them died here. It had to be said that this was good news for many people. However, even more people's gazes landed on the calm young man in the middle of the field. They were very confused and wondered who he was. Martial Granduncle. Fan Qingyu greeted him respectfully. Martial Uncle. Martial Granduncle. The disciples of the Zhuhua Fairy Palace also gathered around. What happened? Perfected Danxia asked hurriedly. Soon, someone told her what had happened. Perfected Danxia turned around and looked at the disciples of the Gu God sect coldly. She said coldly, "Good, very good. It seems that the Zhuhua Fairy Palace has been silent for a long time, and some people think that we are easy to bully. I won't vent my anger on you juniors. I will visit the Gu God sect in a month's time." Instantly, the disciples of the Gu God sect were shocked. They knew that Perfected Danxiao would not be the only one who would come. Including her, there were 3 divine realm experts in the Zhuhua Fairy Palace. "Let's go." The Grand Elder of the Gu God sect, Miao Chongchun, shouted with a gloomy face. Soon, the disciples of the Gu God sect began to deal with the bodies of Zhuge Yu and Hua Fifan. Miao Chongchun stopped when he saw the hole in Hua Fifan's head. He looked at Ziyue and said coldly, "I will remember you. You are dead. You will die." In the celestial pavilion in the ancient desolation city, Fan Qingyu poured a pot of tea and gently poured it into a teacup. As the steam rose, she lifted the teacup and gently placed it on the opposite side of the table. As she raised her head, her beautiful eyes revealed an undisguised curiosity. "I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly in half a year." She looked at Ziyue and said with a sigh, Fan Qingyu was talented and her cultivation speed was fast. In half a year, she had reached the peak of the middle stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm and could reach the late stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm at any time. However, compared to the Baiziyue of the past, his current strength already required her to look up to him. How could this not shock her? "I was just lucky." Ziyue thought for a while and said, "With some luck." Fan Qingyu nodded and fell silent. In his heart, there were countless questions that he wanted to ask. However, he didn't know what to say. He could only say 2 words, "Thank you. Since we know each other, I won't leave you in the lurch." Ziyue replied with a smile. "Even so, you have to be careful from now on. I actually blame myself for getting you into this." Fan Qingyu said, "You don't have to worry." Ziyue waved his hand and said confidently, "If nothing goes wrong, I will fight for the 12 spots with you. I think that with my strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get a spot. Before the competition starts, I just have to be careful. The threat of the Gu God sect is nothing to me." However, the apologetic look on Fan Qingyu's face deepened. Chapter 385. I'm worried because I know that you're going to participate in the competition. Fan Qingyu shook her head helplessly and said, "I learned from Martial Granduncle that Hua Fifan's identity is not simple." "Oh, how is it not simple?" Ziyue raised his eyes and asked. He already knew that Hua Fifan was the true disciple of the Gu God sect. He was not afraid of Hua Fifan's identity. The divine power talisman that Hua Fifan used was left by the Gu God sect's sect master. He had fought with Hua Fifan several times. Even if the divine power talisman could only exert 80% of Hua Fifan's strength, he already had a certain estimate. Not to mention that he did not use all of his means. You may not know the rule of the competition for the 12 places. The strongest person in each competition will have the opportunity to return to our place with the Celestial Spirit Sect's worship after 30 years. In the competition 30 years ago, Hua Fifan's biological father won the first place. He was Hua Wensheng, who was at the peak of the Aperture Opening Realm. Fan Qingyu said with a solemn face. Ziyue frowned slightly. He did not expect that there was such a relationship. But you don't have to worry too much. Even the Celestial Spirit Sect attaches great importance to the competition for the 12 places. Otherwise, they would not have taken out 12 deity elixirs. Even if Hua Wensheng really wants to target you, he won't dare to be too presumptuous in the competition for the 12 places. Once we arrive at the Celestial Spirit Sect, I think there won't be any problems with the help of the seniors of the Jihua Immortal Palace and the Chaoyang sect. No matter what, I will always stand by your side. Fan Qingyu said with a firm face. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Even if he really wants to target me, I can break a few of his teeth. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he replied softly. After separating from Fan Qingyu, Ziyue could not help but show a trace of pondering on his face. He didn't regret lending a hand. Even if it was the so-called sage of literature, he wasn't too worried about it. In essence, he was not interested in competing for one of the 12 places and becoming an official disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. What he truly cared about was the opportunity to ascend to the outer realm and step foot into an even vaster world. After all, the Heavenly Spirit sect's worship was the only way he knew to enter the outer realms. Now that something had happened, he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Immortal Master Bai, the first elder, is looking for you. Just as Ziyue returned to his residence, an early-stage aperture opening realm cultivator looked at Ziyue in awe. Lead the way. Ziyue recognized that the other party was a disciple of the Chaoyang sect. He nodded his head and replied. He knew that with him in the limelight, the people of Chaoyang sect would not remain indifferent and unresponsive. Regardless of whether it was to probe or to rope him in, he would have to meet him first. Soon, Ziyue appeared in a living room. Other than the first elder, Zhuang Xinping, the second elder, Yu Yunyan, the third elder, Jin Xiu, even Elder Zhong Yun and Elder Tang Xianren were present. Other than them, he had met the sect master's first true disciple, Xie Sangxiong, and the third disciple, Duan Xingchen, in the sixth ultimate cave abode. In addition, the Grand Elder's grandnephew, Qin Feiyu, was also standing at the side. However, at that moment, practically everyone's gazes were focused on by Ziyue. Shock, suspicion, disbelief, and so on. Duan Xingchen, in particular, had an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Because they had previously fought together to kill the Redwater Green Dragon and encountered the sect master of the Tao Accomplishment sect, he had always been suspicious of Ziyue's true identity. The strength that Ziyue had displayed in the arena this time was too shocking. In addition, the great immortal martial handprint had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, he was now 80% sure of Ziyue's true identity. Celestial Master Bai, please. Seeing that Ziyue had stepped in, the first elder, Zhuang Xinping, personally went forward and led him in with a fervent look on his face. You're too kind, first elder. Ziyue smiled slightly and then looked at the others. Greetings, elders and senior brothers. Greetings, Celestial Master Bai. The others returned the greeting. In the world of immortal techniques, strength was respected. Ziyue's strength was enough to attract their attention and respect. Celestial Master Bai, we have some doubts that we would like to ask you about. We hope that you can answer us. Of course, if Celestial Master Bai is unwilling to tell us, we won't force you. After Zhuang Xinping led Ziyue to his seat, he spoke after pondering for a while. Please ask, First Elder. Ziyue nodded. What realm is your strength at? Zhuang Xinping asked. I'm at the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm. Ziyue did not hide anything and said frankly. Then you. Zhuang Xinping took a deep breath. Due to the combat strength that Ziyue had displayed earlier, he was a little mentally prepared for this. Even though his face was twitching and his voice was trembling slightly. After a while, he softened his tone and continued to ask, Are you the Kunlun Taoist? The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were also fixed on Ziyue at this moment. Yes, Ziyue continued to nod. He knew that Chaoyang sect was one of the 7 major immortal technique sects after all. If they really put in the effort to investigate him, they would have already suspected his true identity based on his growth trajectory. Now that his strength had been exposed, he had already expected that the other party would ask him this question. If it was before, he might have hesitated. However, at this time, it was no longer important to him whether his identity was exposed or not. This was because his strength was enough to withstand all kinds of prying eyes. This, even though they had already suspected it, They were still extremely shocked when they heard Ziyue admit it personally. The strongest person below the God realm, and invincible in the Aperture Awakening realm. I didn't expect the Kunlun Taoist to be a member of Chuyang's sect all along. Someone could not help but sigh emotionally. Celestial Master Bai, you've kept me in the dark for a long time. I was still worried when the sect leader of Tao Accomplishment sect chased after you. Now that I think about it, I was worried for nothing. Also, I hope Celestial Master Bai won't blame me for abandoning you and running away. After all, we were facing Zhou Qing, the sect leader of Tao Accomplishment sect, and Jiao Linkue, the peak leader of the Witchcraft sect's cursing faction, who were both at the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm. We had no choice but to run away. Duan Xingchen could not help but take a step forward and say apologetically, "Couples are like birds in the forest. In the face of a great disaster, they still flee separately. It's normal for people to flee in all directions when they encounter a life and death situation. I don't mind." Ziyue shook his head and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Celestial Master Bai." Duan Xingchen said gratefully, "Celestial Master Bai, are you also going to participate in the competition for the 12 spots?" At this moment, the second elder, Yu Yunyin, could not help but ask. "That's indeed the plan." Ziyue nodded and looked at the crowd. "Actually, this is the real reason why we called you here. Perhaps you don't know Hua Fifen's true identity." Zhuang Xinping was about to elaborate, but was interrupted by Ziyue. "I already know that his father, Hua Wensheng, was the strongest among the geniuses 30 years ago. This time, he has the opportunity to come here again with the warship." That's right. Back then, Hua Wensheng's strength and talent were top-notch. In fact, he's only slightly weaker than Fan Qingyu from the Nine Radiant Celestial sect and Zhao Yu from our Chaoyang sect. During the competition for the spots, he was already at the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm. Now that 30 years have passed, and he's cultivating in the Celestial Spirit sect, no one knows what level his strength has reached. If he's still at the Aperture Awakening realm, we won't be afraid. When the sect master comes back from the secret realm, we can deal with him so that he won't target you too much. However, once he reaches the God realm, it's hard to predict what he will do. It'll be very tricky," Zhuang Xinping said with a solemn face. "You mean he might attack you directly?" Ziyue asked softly. "In the early years, I've dealt with him and know that he's a vengeful person. Once he breaks through to the God realm, he'll definitely attack you. At that time, for the sake of the overall situation and for the sake of Zhao Yu, Duan Xingchen, Qin Feiyu, and the others, even the sect master won't intervene. Besides, he's an official disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect after all. Even if you're talented, before you officially get the 12 spots, the supervisor of the Celestial Spirit sect won't pay too much attention to you. In other words, he'll leave you alone," Yu Yonyan said. "So, we suggest that you give up the competition for the spots this time. I think, with your talent, even if you don't join the Celestial Spirit sect, the chances of you breaking through to the God realm without the help of the God Elixir are more than 50%. After 30 years, if you still can't break through, we can guarantee that the next time someone among the disciples can compete for the spots, he'll definitely leave a God Elixir for you to break through. What do you think? We're actually doing this for your own good. I think you should have your own judgment of the horror of the God realm experts. They're definitely not comparable to the enlightened immortal masters. Even if you're said to be invincible in the enlightened immortal masters, it's still the same. It's better to stay here, concentrate on cultivation, and grow smoothly. In the future, you'll also have the possibility of achieving Tao. Moreover, there's actually a huge opportunity in this domain. With your strength and potential, you'll definitely be able to get it when you break through to the God realm. It's not necessarily worse than joining the Celestial Spirit sect." Great Elder Zhuang Xinping said immediately, "Thank you for your kindness, but what you said before is just a guess. Everything will only be known when the Celestial Spirit sect arrives 2 days later, right? Then let's wait until then." Bai Ziyue shook his head calmly and continued, "What about the secret realms and opportunities that you mentioned? Were they? Can you explain it to me?" Chapter 386. Perhaps Zhuang Xinping and the others were concerned about his safety. That was why they wanted him to give up on the competition. However, he was not willing to wait. In his opinion, the shackles of the realm were not a problem. What he really cared about was the opportunity to go to the outer region. Looking at the ancient desolate city, you should know that this place used to be glorious. At its peak, there were dozens of primordial spirit realm cultivators and thousands of golden core realm cultivators. Although it has declined and lost all its experts, there were still some ruins left behind. However, the existence of such a powerful being would naturally leave behind some ruins, inheritances, or treasures. Most of the ruins were in the Astral Wind Canyon. Every time the Astral Wind Canyon stopped for a rest, the God Realm experts of various forces would go to the canyon to explore. And that opportunity was precisely within the Astral Wind Canyon. When Master Immortal Bai was in the Aperture Enlightening Realm, he was crowned as the strongest under the God Realm. He was invincible in the Aperture Enlightening Realm. Presumably, when he reached the God Realm, his strength would be far superior to ordinary masters in the same realm. Maybe he can help our sect to take down several important places and obtain the inheritances and treasures of golden core perfected cultivators or primordial spirit true masters. Zhuang Xinping explained. For example, the Nine Magnificents glazed lamp of the Nine Magnificents Immortal Palace, the all-creation cauldron of the Xianxin True Sect, and the Chaoyang Divine Bell of the Chaoyang Sect were all obtained from the ruins. The grades of these Dharma treasures are above ordinary Dharma treasures. Most of the divine powers and secret techniques of the various sects were obtained from there. Although there are many dangerous places, after countless years of exploration, as long as you are careful, there will be no problems. Yu Yunyan said patiently. I remember that even when the wind stops in the Astral Wind Canyon, those below the God Realm will definitely die if they step into it. Ziyue said with an inexplicable expression. That's right. When the Astral Wind Canyon stops for a rest, the wind will still blow. It's just that the wind is weaker. There's a kind of wind called the soul-eroding divine wind, which is used to erase the divine consciousness of cultivators below the God Realm. Without the transformation of the divine consciousness, cultivators below the God Realm won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, we only hope that you will go there after you reach the God Realm. We can still afford to wait. Zhuang Xinping said gently. I see. Ziyue nodded and sighed in his heart. Zhuang Xinping and the others could afford to wait, but he couldn't. With the speed at which his strength was increasing, who knew what realm he would reach the next time he stopped in Astral Wind Canyon? Naturally, he wasn't willing to wait for 30 years in vain. However, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked, in that case, the gales in this Astral Wind Canyon actually blew up later on? Our place was originally connected to the outside world. Then, under the blockade of Astral Gorge, the grand myriad mountains, and the boundless sea, besides these 12 positions, do all of us here have any other methods to head to the outer regions? That Astral Wind Canyon should have been formed 3,000 years ago. It was originally a vast continent, and the so-called canyon was just a result of the astral winds blowing it down. Although there was relatively little contact with the outside world due to the distance, it would not be as difficult as it was now. As for the current method of going to the outer realm, the safest option would be to get one of the 12 places. Borrowing the Celestial Spirit Sect's warship would also be much safer. Secondly, we can use the teleportation array. Zhuang Xinping replied after pondering for a while. There's a teleportation array? Ziyue was a little excited at once. Yes, most of them were left behind when our place was at its peak. However, the last teleportation array that could lead to the outer realm lost its function 1,000 years ago. Therefore, if you want to really set foot in the outer realm, you can only cross the 3 forbidden lands. Among them, Astral Wind Canyon, even when the gales stop, is still attacked by endless gales. You need to constantly maintain your primordial energy to protect your body. Even a God Realm expert can only hold on for a few days. Unless you rely on a high-level warship like the Celestial Spirit Sect, which can isolate the evil gales like the soul eroding divine wind. Otherwise, it's impossible to pass through. On the contrary, although the boundless sea and the grand myriad mountains are also dangerous, it's possible to pass through. Looking at the records of the major immortal sects, it seems that someone did use a super long-distance voice-transmitting talisman to send a message, saying that he had reached the outer realm. However, this is after all a small probability. It's considered good if 1 out of 10 God Realm experts can succeed. Zhuang Xinping shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. Ziyue nodded thoughtfully. So, in the end, it still comes down to the original point. If I want to set foot in the outer realm, I have to compete for one of the 12 places and rely on the celestial spirit sect's worship, or I have to think of another way. Ziyue thought to himself, passing through the Grand Myria Mountains and the boundless sea is still too dangerous. Therefore, my first choice is to compete for one of the 12 places and rely on the celestial spirit sect's worship to step into the outer realm. With my strength, it's not difficult to compete for one of the 12 places. However, I have to be prepared for the threat of Hua Wansheng. With his talent and the cultivation resources of the Celestial Spirit sect, it's very likely that he will become a God Realm immortal in 30 years. So just in case, I have to improve my strength as much as possible. Ziyue silently analyzed and immediately judged his next situation. He thought of improving his strength as much as possible, because only strength can prove everything. Any obstacle, any trouble, in the face of absolute strength is not worth mentioning. Now, the only things that can improve my strength besides the ignition of the acupoints are the 2 divine abilities. I don't have much time left. At most, I only have 2 days. In 2 days, I have to learn the basics of shrinking into an inch as soon as possible, and then cultivate it to perfection as soon as possible. In this way, with the advantage of speed, even if the other experts of the Celestial Spirit sect intervene, I will be invincible. In addition, I have to improve the divine light of obliteration as soon as possible. It's best if I can learn it, but even if I can't, I have to be able to exert a certain amount of power. Bai Ziyue had a strong sense of danger. He didn't hesitate at all. He didn't care that the night had fallen. He immediately rushed out of the room, silently, turning into a shadow and disappearing. Out of the ancient desolation city, Ziyue's figure appeared. He immediately began to try to use shrinking into an inch. His spiritual sense and origin energy merged, and as they moved, a mysterious feeling flowed in his heart. He took a step forward. A huge amount of yuan, Li was consumed. Swoosh! Ziyue's movements seemed very slow. From a moment he lifted his feet to the moment he put them down, his movements were very ordinary. However, the moment he lifted his feet and put them down, his body was like a flash of lightning, rapidly traversing a distance of more than 10 feet. The slow movement and the fast speed formed a sharp contrast. It was abrupt and magical. Continue. Ziyue felt the changes slightly, adjusted his posture and movements, and then moved his body again, taking another step forward. Swoosh! 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 After one step, another step. Whether it was high mountains, steep ridges, swamps, or rivers, the distance seemed to be shortened when he stepped over them. In just a few steps, he had already crossed them. As he took one step after another, the immortal martial origin energy in his body was rapidly consumed. On his attribute panel, the cultivation progress of the divine ability, earth shrinking, also began to slowly increase. Uninitiated 72%, uninitiated 73%, uninitiated 74%. After an hour, Ziyue appeared in a lush and primitive forest. Towering trees, thick and strong spirit vines, and the faint sounds of countless insects, birds, and beasts could be heard. This place was the 10,000 Demon Forest, which was only separated from the endless 10,000 mountains by a river. That was why it was separated. It belonged to a forbidden area nearby. There were countless small demons and big demons. It was even said that there were demon beasts comparable to the God realm. Human cities and even villages did not dare to live within 300 miles of this place. As for Bai Ziyue, he planned to use the numerous demons here to improve his soul energy and cultivate various divine abilities and spells at the same time. Of course, he was not reckless. The immortal martial completion Dao method flowed, and the immortal martial true body and the immortal martial glazed light quickly rose. The spiritual gang transformed by the golden thread spiritual gang pearl was like willow catkins. As it fluttered, it quickly formed a spiritual gang armor. The positive and negative 5-element shield technique was like an angle protecting him behind his back. Following that, he slowly took one step after another. He walked through the dense forest as if he was walking on flat ground, going deep into the forest. Occasionally, thoughts flashed through his mind, and the immortal martial origin energy in his body surged rapidly like a turbulent river. In front of Ziyue, in the midst of the chaos of spiritual energy, a strange, destructive aura suddenly appeared quietly. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. Ziyue gently pointed and shot out the spiritual light without hesitation. Swoosh! The speed was extremely fast. The ball of destructive spiritual light quickly shot out and landed on the body of a giant python that was dozens of feet away. Divine sense. Silent divine light. Puff! Without making a sound, the giant python and the tree it was climbing on quickly disappeared without a trace. Soul energy plus 9,422. This is the silent divine light? Ziyue's eyes widened, and he could not help but show a bit of surprise on his face. Even though the giant python was only a small demon equivalent to a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, its strength was limited. But Ziyue could clearly feel the horror of this divine light. When he used it, he was not familiar with it, and there were many mistakes, but the power of this divine sense had already surpassed the full-strength attack of many cultivators at the peak of the Enlightenment realm. As expected of a divine sense, its power is really terrifying. In this case, once this divine sense is learned, it will not be much weaker than my immortal martial handprint. Once it is improved to the small success, the great success, or even the perfection, this divine sense will be even more terrifying and surpass all the methods I have mastered before. Ziyue's eyes lit up. Chapter 387. Ziyue felt that his body was running low on Yuan Li. He used his soul energy to replenish his Yuan Li and took another step forward. Whoosh! He disappeared from a spot. In order to quickly master the shrinking earth into an inch and the annihilation divine light, Ziyue did not care about the consumption of his Yuan Li. Every time his Yuan Li was exhausted, he would use his soul energy to recover. From the ancient desolate city to this place, he had used his soul energy to recover twice. This was the third time. When he reappeared, Bai Ziyue appeared in a pile of withered trees. A huge herd of wild boar demons appeared in front of him. There were more than 100 wild boar demons, and more than 10 of them were at the spirit detecting realm. The strongest wild boar king was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. It was not any weaker than the crimson water green dragon he had encountered before. The entire herd of wild boars was more threatening than a peak enlightening realm cultivator. Ziyue's expression did not change. His divine sense surged, and his immortal martial Yuan Li quickly boiled. Sizzle! A terrifying spiritual light that was filled with destruction and could destroy everything quickly took shape. Then, it turned into a ball of divine light and quickly rushed out. Puff! Without a sound, a mid-stage spirit detecting realm wild boar demon and 7 or 8 small demons beside him were turned into blood and killed without even making a sound. Roar! Ziyue's actions immediately alarmed the wild boar king. With a shocking roar, more than 100 wild boar demons charged over like an incomparably powerful giant elephant. As the demons gathered, their auras merged together. They were like a wall that kept advancing. They were powerful, invincible, and unstoppable. Any giant trees, spirit vines, and even mountain rocks that stood in their way were destroyed and shattered the moment they collided with them. Following a series of footsteps, more than 100 enormous beasts approached by Ziyue with an unstoppable aura. Dying. Ziyue's expression did not change. Another ball of annihilation divine light fell. Puff! The annihilation divine light quickly covered the wild boar's head. However, the wild boar demon king seemed to have mastered a technique that could combine their auras and gather the power of a group of demons. This attack only caused them to sway slightly, their chi and blood to weaken, and their movements to be impeded. However, not a single wild boar died. Ziyue frowned and took a step forward. His body flashed like lightning and appeared 100 feet away. Roar! The wild boar roared and quickly chased after him. Ziyue's aura merged together. While he executed the earth-shrinking sacred art to dodge the attack, he also executed the annihilating divine light once again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The wild boar fiend monarch crashed into by Ziyue's defensive Dharma spells. Ziyue's defensive Dharma spells were still somewhat unfamiliar. Boom! The outermost positive and negative 5 elements shield technique dimmed slightly, and then quickly brightened again. The wild boar, demon monarch, rammed into him again. As his demonic essence surged, sharp earth spikes shot out of his body and struck the defensive spirit light with ferocious might. Poof! Finally, the outermost positive and negative 5 elements shield technique was shattered. However, at this moment, Ziyue's annihilation divine light condensed and blasted down again. In an instant, the combination of auras of the wild boar demons was shattered. Just as he was about to use the annihilation divine light again to kill them, Ziyue's eyes suddenly flashed with the cultivation progress of this spell, and his eyes lit up. He realized that his progress in using the divine light of annihilation was much faster than usual when there was resistance from his opponent. With just 2 divine rays of annihilation, the progress of his cultivation of this spell increased from 5% to 9% of the uninitiated stage. That's true. With an opponent resisting, there's a very obvious contrast between the annihilation divine light's power and its evolution. Naturally, I'll get some feedback from my experience and know how to improve and use it to unleash the power of this spell. Ziyue's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his mind. Instead of killing the wild boar demons, he took another step forward. He appeared 100 feet away. Seeing this, the wild boar demon king only thought that the opponent was afraid of it, so it gathered the strength of the demons again and charged fiercely. Ziyue took another step forward and used the annihilation divine light again. Occasionally, in order to lure the wild boar demons, he would take the initiative to avoid them and let them crash into him. Anyway, with the defensive power of the immortal martial glazed light, even if they used all their strength to crash into him, they wouldn't be able to shake him at all. In this way, Ziyue smashed his divine power again and again. Annihilation divine light, annihilation divine light, annihilation divine light. His powerful strength gave him unparalleled confidence as he shuttled through the dense forest with ease. 3 rays, 4 rays, 5 rays, a total of 7 rays of annihilation divine light fell, and the wild boar demons finally couldn't bear it and collapsed. Even the wild boar demon king showed signs of exhaustion. Knowing that he couldn't force out their potential anymore, Ziyue didn't stay any longer. Under the annihilation divine light, he killed all of them. The cultivation progress of the annihilation divine light has increased to 17% of the uninitiated level. If I continue to work hard with this cultivation speed, I might be able to cultivate this divine power to the uninitiated level in 2 days. Ziyue was secretly delighted. He put away the demon core, lifted his feet, and disappeared again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ziyue continuously used the distance-shrinking divine power, not only when he was hurrying, but also when he was fighting. His every move was based on this divine power, as if he wanted to engrave it into his bones. Because of this, his progress in cultivating this movement divine ability had been steadily increasing. Uninitiated level 75%, uninitiated level 80%, uninitiated level 85%. Of course, while using this divine power, he would throw out a ray of annihilation divine light whenever he encountered a demon, whether it was a small demon in the chi refinement stage or a big demon in the spirit detecting stage. Almost none of the demons could withstand a single blow. Therefore, even if he used his soul power to recover his yuan chi from time to time, the amount of his soul power still increased steadily and rapidly. 3 million, from million, 5 million. However, because of this, there was no resistance like the wild boar demons. His cultivation progress of the annihilation divine light suddenly slowed down. After half a day, it only increased from 17% of the uninitiated level to 25% of the uninitiated level. This won't do. Ziyue frowned slightly. He had never been afraid to use the greatest malice to figure out his enemy. Once while Wensheng made a move, it would be a thunderous blow. In addition to himself, the Gu God sect master, Miao Dingjin, would also make a move. Because he had not encountered Hua Wensheng's strength, he cannot guess. However, with the help of Hua Fifin's divine power talisman, he could roughly see Miao Dingjin's strength. He knew that if Miao Dingjin used the divine power golden single chi sword, his great immortal martial handprint would not be able to withstand it. Although the great immortal martial handprint that he had mastered was comparable to a divine power, there was still a certain gap between it and a real divine power. In addition, in terms of cultivation realm, he was not as good as a real divine power. After all, there was a huge gap between the two. Compared to the Beixian faction's sect master Meng Chuan, who had mastered an auxiliary divine power, the Gu God sect master had mastered an offensive divine power. Naturally, his strength was a notch higher. So, even if I have the middle-grade magic treasure, the God-striking ruler, if I'm unable to cultivate the divine annihilation light to the initial stage, advanced stage, or even perfection stage, once I encounter them, I'll fall into an extremely passive situation. He narrowed his eyes. Although he was about to reach the initial level of shrinking earth, at least it would make him invincible. But in his heart, he naturally hoped that he could have the strength to fight back. I have to speed up. Ziyue felt a little pressure and sighed. If it still doesn't work. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He thought of the situation where the three divine arts of the celestial martial sect complemented each other and multiplied their power. Let's give it a try. Maybe it will work. Ziyue thought in his heart. His divine sense and immortal martial elemental energy surged at the same time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, at the moment when the annihilation divine light was formed. He raised his hand and slowly slapped out with his palm. Buzz! In the void, a huge, almost solid palm print was formed rapidly. It was majestic and exuded a terrifying aura. Go! Following which, Ziyue controlled the annihilation divine light and quickly landed on the immortal martial grand palm. Chi! 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 The two divine arts vibrated at the same time. Ziyue's divine sense moved, carefully controlling the immortal martial grand palm and the annihilation divine light to depend on each other and fuse. In the midst of the sizzling sounds, the power of the two divine arts decreased by more than half. It's not working? Ziyue was a little disappointed. Suddenly, he saw that the immortal martial grand palm that he had used had a slight change. Suddenly, there was an additional ball of gold in the palm print. Gradually, the annihilation divine light completely adhered to the palm print, causing the immortal martial grand palm to be shrouded in traces of golden light. Without hesitation, he slapped down with his palm. Rumble! The earth trembled in the sky, and the earth turned upside down. A huge, deeply sunken palm print appeared in front of him. The power of this palm strike is slightly stronger than the great immortal martial palm imprint and the annihilation divine light. Although it's not that strong, at least it means that my idea is feasible. Next, I just need to experiment for a period of time, and I will definitely be able to greatly increase the power of this newly formed divine art. Ziwe took a deep breath and couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. He knew that the Annihilation Divine Light was a divine light divine art. It could be attached to other attacks. As for the Immortal Martial Grand Palm, it was more stable. The combination of the two divine arts was equivalent to the attachment of a divine light divine art. In addition to Bai Ziwe's understanding of the three ultimate arts of the Immortal Martial Sect, as well as his own cultivation foundation, he was finally able to realize his own idea, successfully executing the three ultimate arts in one go. Chapter 388. Although the great Immortal Martial Palm imprint and Silent Destruction Divine Light were compatible, there were still many areas of resistance and stagnation. Even when casting, he had to split his attention to cast two spells at the same time, which was more time-consuming than simply casting one spell. Moreover, the consumption of divine sense and origin energy did not decrease. However, the increase in the power of the spell was real. Finally, Ziwe's immortal spell attack broke through a certain limit and stepped into a new realm. My spirit energy has reached 5 million. Cultivation and increasing spirit energy really go hand in hand. Ziwe glanced at the amount of spirit energy and smiled. Then his mind moved. Consume 6 million spirit energy to ignite 100 acupoints. Ignite. He chose to ignite without hesitation. 100 acupoints shook at the same time and began to be opened and ignited one after another. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 100 breaths, the feeling of the acupoints continuously being ignited, origin energy and strength continued to increase. Only then did it stop. The number of acupoints ignited has reached 900. I have completely surpassed the existence who ignited 800 acupoints and caused the heaven and earth phenomenon when he broke through. The density, conciseness, and purity of my origin energy have also increased by a large margin. The feeling of wanting to break through has also become stronger. Ziwe felt the origin energy in his body surging and boiling. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to break through. Once again, his mind became clear. I have already cultivated the shrinking earth technique to 87% of the uninitiated level. I will continue to cultivate and strive to reach the beginner level by today. Ziwe's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward. Whoosh! Immediately, he appeared more than 100 feet away. As his understanding of the earth shrinking technique deepened, the distance he could cover with each step he took also increased. Now, he had already increased his distance from 1 step to 150 feet. It seems that my continuous killing of monsters has finally attracted the attention of some existences in the Thousand Demon Forest. After using the Silent Destruction Divine Light again and killing a great monster, Ziwe frowned slightly. The Thousand Demon Forest was huge. There were all kinds of monsters, and there were countless of them. However, most of the greater demons at the spirit-detecting realm and above had their own areas of influence. Due to this, the entire 10,000 demon forest was divided into countless small areas. At this moment, he had already encountered 3 different types of spirit-detecting stage great demons in this rather spacious forest. Furthermore, Ziwe suddenly looked up. Above the giant tree that covered the sky, numerous bird-type demonic beasts were circling rapidly in the air. With a thought, he quickly used the Great Insight technique. In the blink of an eye, a special feeling appeared in his heart. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was within his detection range. So many, Ziwe could not help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. Within the range of his perception, there were at least hundreds of thousands of different kinds of demonic beasts rapidly approaching from all directions. There are hundreds of lesser demons and dozens of greater demons, and they are still increasing. As expected, once a demonic beast reached the spirit-detecting realm and above, it would possess a certain level of intelligence. Although it is not as intelligent as a real human, It has already grasped the way to unite against the enemy. Ziyue's eyes suddenly lit up. In his heart, he was faintly feeling excited. With so many greater demons and lesser demons, although it made him feel a great sense of danger, it also made the battle intent in his heart soar. He wanted to see just how far his limits had reached. Intense Yuan power surged, and a ball of annihilation divine light was once again used. Chi. It was quickly thrown over a large ape several hundred meters away. Spiritual energy plus 38,575. After successfully killing it, Ziyue took a step forward and disappeared like a phantom. Boom! As the ground trembled slightly, a huge earth dragon suddenly soared into the sky where Ziyue was originally standing. It opened its mouth wide, and its shining fangs suddenly closed. It fiercely bit down, but it pounced on empty air. Swoosh! In the sky, a blue bird with bright wings like a rainbow swooped down like a sharp sword. A giant golden snake flicked its tongue and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Dong! 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 One after another, the ferocious beasts rampaged through the forest. The earth trembled and the void shook. Under the crushing pressure of the powerful force, the towering ancient trees seemed to be unable to withstand it and began to rustle. There were even branches and leaves that were falling down rapidly one after another. Wong, wong, wong. Demonic insects covered the sky and swept out. A bull demon happened to be in their path. In a few breaths, only a white and clean skeleton was left behind. Good. Kill. Ziyue's expression did not change. He executed the earth-shrinking technique to perfection. His figure flashed in the forest and dodged one attack after another. Even if there were attacks that landed on his body occasionally, it was difficult to break the defensive spiritual light on his body. Under the combination of the three techniques, the immortal martial glazed light was comparable to a defensive divine power. Unless a God realm existence attacked at the same time, or several peak spirit detecting realm demons attacked at the same time, it would be difficult to break. Then, he continued to use the annihilation divine light. Balls of annihilation divine light fell one after another. 1, 2, 3. The void shook and the earth rumbled. All kinds of terrifying demonic beasts let out shocking roars. As they charged forward, they used their innate demonic arts to cover the void. They intersected and formed a huge spell net that was completely made up of demonic arts. Under the bombardment, it was like an inescapable net that was difficult to dodge. In response, Ziyue only slapped out with his palm. In the battle, although his main goal was to improve the cultivation of the earth's shrinking technique and the annihilation divine light, he would not put himself in danger. The immortal martial great palm was powerful. When he slapped out, it was dozens of feet long and wide. Using offense as defense, it allowed him to dodge many attacks. Annihilation divine light. Annihilation divine light. Annihilation divine light. Ziyue fought like a madman. While using the earth's shrinking technique to dodge many attacks, he crazily shot out beams of annihilation divine light, as if they were free. One after another, wave after wave. Ziyue had the advantage in terms of speed. In addition, the annihilation divine light he used was a divine power after all. Its power was unparalleled and unparalleled. Even peak spirit detecting realm demons would not be able to block one attack. 5, 10, 15. Spirit detecting realm demons fell one after another. Immediately, the originally powerful demonic beasts were stunned. Traces of fear gathered, and as time passed, it quickly spread. Then, finally, at a certain moment, Roar, a late-stage spirit detecting realm demonic beast that was neither a horse nor a cow, let out a howl and quickly fled in the direction it came from. As if there was a chain reaction, in the blink of an eye, several spirit detecting realm demons showed signs of retreating. At this moment, a white shadow flashed past like lightning and directly charged in front of the first demon to retreat. It slapped out with its claw. Bang! That late-stage spirit detecting realm demon did not have time to react before its head exploded and turned into a bloody mist. It fell heavily to the ground, dead. Then, the white shadow revealed its figure. It was a huge white tiger that was 10 meters tall and 50 meters long. Roar! It let out a loud roar that shook the void. Under the pressure of the powerful sound waves, some of the low-level demonic beasts went limp and fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. Even the great demons had looks of reverence in their eyes. A God Realm demon. A white tiger demon. Ziyue's pupils shrank, but he did not show too much surprise on his face. Long ago, when he noticed that a group of demons was gathering to besiege him, including many late-stage and peak-stage spirit-detecting realm demons, he knew that there must be a God Realm demon behind it. The only thing that made him a little serious was the identity of the tiger demon. In the first place, demonic beasts were stronger than humans at the same cultivation level. Tiger demons were the kings of the demons and were even stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. According to his understanding of the deity realm cultivators, they were all at the early stage of the deity realm. If Reverend Yuan was the weakest, then Reverend Meng Chuan, who had mastered a divine power and had a middle-grade Dharma treasure, the northern profound divine saber, was stronger. However, Reverend Meng Chuan was at most on par with ordinary deity realm demons. If he really fought with this white tiger demon, he would not be able to defeat it. Perhaps only the Gu God sect Master Miao Dingjin, who had mastered an offensive divine ability, the Golden Gung Single Chi Sword Ziyue had not met before, could be on par with this white tiger demon. In other words, if we divide the early-stage God Realm cultivators into 3 classes, Reverend Yuan is the weakest and belongs to the 3rd class. Reverend Meng Chuan is stronger and belongs to the 2nd class. Miao Dingjin, who has mastered an offensive divine ability, is stronger and is the 1st class. As for this white tiger, his strength is 1st class. Ziyue immediately made some judgments. Even though it wasn't very accurate and was only a rough division of each level in his heart, it was enough for him to distinguish the strength of each cultivator. Ziyue's heart tightened. He immediately glanced at the attribute panel. Sure enough, I've reached the entry level of shrinking earth into an inch. My soul energy has increased again. It has increased to 2 million soul energy. Ziyue had been fighting crazily before. He had felt that his speed had soared when he used shrinking earth into an inch. He had already guessed it. Now, he had reached the entry level. The white tiger demon, who was at the 1st class of the early-stage God Realm, gave him a certain amount of pressure. In addition, he judged that the white tiger's speed was not much slower than when he used his divine ability. Therefore, he thought of something. Consume 99561 soul energy to upgrade shrinking earth into an inch to the small success. If it's only at the small success, it shouldn't make me lose focus for too long. Let's go all out. Chapter 389. Upgrade. Thinking of this, Ziyue no longer hesitated and directly chose to upgrade. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his understanding and comprehension of shrinking earth into an inch had improved a lot. All kinds of cultivation experience and casting tips made his mind clear. And he also seemed to have gone through countless days and nights of bitter cultivation to cultivate shrinking earth into an inch, which was far better than when he had just started. Even his legs seemed to have undergone some kind of special enhancement, becoming lighter and more agile. Shrinking earth into an inch has reached this small success level. Now my speed will soar again and be far better than before. Ziyue felt a burst of joy in his heart. The movement technique, length contraction, was extremely useful to him. Even though it was only at the initial success stage of length contraction, it was enough to increase his chances of facing White Tiger. At least, he could run away if he couldn't beat it. Who are you? How dare you violate the agreement and kill in my demon's forest? At that moment, a deep and sharp voice that sounded like sandpaper suddenly came out of White Tiger's mouth. Who had just recovered from the upgrade of shrinking earth into an inch, suddenly had an idea. It could speak. Only then did he remember that when the strange creatures reached the spirit-detecting realm, their intelligence would be greatly improved, and they would have the ability to think independently. If they upgraded again and reached the God realm, they would be no different from ordinary humans in terms of wisdom and learning. Learning the human language and speaking, it was like learning a foreign language for them. It was not difficult at all. Therefore, it was very normal for a God realm demon to be able to speak. You're courting death. White Tiger saw that Ziyue was absent-minded and vaguely felt that there was a special change in Ziyue's aura, which made him feel a little uneasy. White Tiger immediately became angry. White Tiger flew, and sand and stones flew. He quickly rushed in front of Ziyue and fiercely slapped at him with his huge tiger claws. Before the tiger claws fell, the unique aura of a God Realm Demon King had already crushed down. Roar! Tiger King roared. Even the void seemed to have been frozen, and there was even a frightening power that could frighten one's mind being released. Ziyue's mind was in turmoil, and his eyes were twitching. He felt a great threat. His heart trembled. His divine sense, which had grown to the limit, was still very powerful, so he was not really frightened. Retreat! Ziyue used shrinking earth into an inch and quickly retreated. Boom! The battlefield, which was already ravaged and barren, became even more messy. A large area of land quickly collapsed. White Tiger, Great Demon's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he missed with his palm. However, he did not hesitate to give chase once again. Indeed, after achieving initial success in length contraction, my speed is much faster than White Tiger's. As long as I'm careful not to be hit, I'm born to be invincible. Ziyue's heart relaxed. He was shocked. A large amount of black sand turned into a black shadow that filled the sky. It rapidly swept towards Bai Ziyue in a mighty manner. Bai Ziyue quickly took another step forward. Swoosh! He quickly appeared dozens of feet away. The moment Ziyue dodged, a large amount of black sand quickly swept over and landed on 2 early-stage spirit detecting realm demons and more than 10 Chi refinement realm demons. Chi chi chi. Countless wailing sounds could be heard. Regardless of whether they were demons or demons, they were quickly corroded by the black sand and turned into a pool of blood. What a powerful demonic art! Bai Ziyue's eyes flickered slightly as he determined that the might of White Tiger's Dharma spell had already exceeded his immortal martial palm. He raised his foot again and took another step. With a swoosh, he quickly rushed into the middle of a group of demons. Roar! 3 early-stage spirit detecting realm demons and more than 20 demons immediately attacked him fiercely. Ziyue's expression did not change. He quickly shot out a ball of spiritual light that he had been preparing for a long time. Annihilation Divine Light. The divine light was like lightning, and it was extremely fast. It quickly rushed in front of White Tiger. You can't even withstand a single blow. White Tiger's bell-like eyes flashed with obvious contempt. A blob of sanguine light rapidly rose from his body. Pwah! The Annihilation Divine Light collided with the sanguine beam. The sanguine beam shook violently and blocked the Annihilation Divine Light. Immediately following that, a large swathe of black gauze transformed into a black shadow that swept over. Ziyue's figure flashed, and he took another step, appearing in the middle of another group of demons. Behind him, the group of demonic beasts that had just charged at Bai Ziyue were all engulfed by the black sand and corroded into pools of blood. Courting death. White Tiger was infuriated as he glared with widened eyes. He opened his mouth, and immediately, a pitch-black rock that resembled a lump of metal charged out. The black rock expanded with the wind and turned into a gigantic boulder. It rapidly smashed towards Ziyue. However, at the instant White Tiger opened his mouth, Ziyue had already determined the trajectory of his attack. He quickly disappeared. When he appeared again, he appeared in the middle of a group of great demons. However, at this moment, the group of great demons had learned their lesson. At the instant his figure appeared, they did not hesitate and quickly fled in all directions. Upon seeing this, Ziyue's eyes could not help but flash a look of astonishment. He was ultimately unwilling to let go of this wave of soul energy. He immediately struck out with his palm, turning 3 mid-stage spirit-channeling realm demons, 2 early-stage spirit-channeling realm demons, and about 8 lesser demons into meat paste. And at this moment, White Tiger had predicted this. Amidst the flying sand and pebbles, he rapidly charged towards Ziyue. At the instant he charged over, roar, Tiger King's roar. Above White Tiger's head, the king word flashed with a ghostly light. It seemed to rush out of its head and rapidly transformed into a seal that imprinted itself on Ziyue. Treasure stabilizing divine light. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. As he retreated, a blob of spiritual light shot out. Chi! Chi! The treasure stabilizing divine light collided with the king word seal. After a slight pause, it dissipated. However, this magic art had bought him some time. He took a step forward and was hundreds of feet away. After thinking for a while, he could not resist testing the power of the god striking ruler. No matter what, White Tiger was the same as Miaodingjin. They were both first-rate existences in the early-stage god realm. He could use this opportunity to test the effect of the god striking ruler. Thus, a pitch-black ruler suddenly flashed and struck out brazenly. White Tiger was suddenly horrified as he felt a huge threat. He quickly turned into a white shadow and moved hundreds of feet away. Ziyue's consciousness flashed, and the god striking ruler followed him like a shadow. Furthermore, the treasure-stabilizing divine light and the immortal martial palm landed one after another. At the moment when the treasure-stabilizing divine light landed on White Tiger, the immortal martial palm slapped out horizontally and blocked White Tiger's advance. Suddenly, White Tiger paused for a moment. It was this moment. A black beam flashed on the god striking ruler as it slashed down like a sword. It struck White Tiger's head ruthlessly. "Oh!" White Tiger wailed, and his tiger face revealed an extremely painful expression. The powerful attack that originated from the divine sense caused its entire body to tremble. Its huge body rolled violently on the ground and crashed into a huge tree, easily smashing it into pieces. After a full 2 breaths, White Tiger Great Demon recovered. However, there was still a look of fear in his eyes. This god-striking ruler is worthy of being a middle-grade magic treasure. Its power is really strong. Even the White Tiger Great Demon, whose strength is at the first level of the early divine realm, couldn't withstand it and needed 2 breaths of time to recover. Even though he had expected that the power of the middle-grade magic treasure, the god-striking ruler, which specialized in attacking the consciousness and spirit, would be extraordinary. However, when he saw the power and effect of this attack, he was still surprised. The only problem was that the elemental energy required to use this magic treasure was too terrifying. Even with his abundant elemental energy, his elemental energy would be exhausted after 3 or 4 attacks. Of course, this wasn't a big deal to him. With sufficient soul energy, he could replenish his elemental energy in an instant. Immediately, he felt even more confident towards White Tiger, Hua Wensheng, and Miaodingjin, who was about to take action. Damn it! Who is this person? His aura doesn't seem strong. Not only is his speed amazing, but he also has such a powerful magic treasure. White Tiger was frightened and couldn't help but want to retreat. Ziyue's attack had really frightened him. After seeing the power of the god striking ruler, Ziyue was satisfied. With a slight move, he kept it again. Since he was sure that he could defeat White Tiger, he naturally wanted to use White Tiger to cultivate his divine light of obliteration as soon as possible. Therefore, he stretched out his hand and pointed again. A ball of divine light of obliteration quickly rushed out. He doesn't have enough elemental energy. White Tiger's eyes flickered. Even if an aperture opening realm cultivator has abundant elemental energy, how much can he have? This person has fought with other great demons and used that magic treasure just now. Although the magic treasure is powerful, It must have put a lot of pressure on him. Therefore, he only dared to use one attack. Now that he doesn't have enough elemental energy, he can't hold on. White Tiger originally wanted to retreat, but at this moment, he was invigorated and his confidence increased. He quickly used the black sand again and swept it towards Ziyue. At the same time, the black stone turned into a huge boulder and quickly smashed towards Ziyue. Shrinking Earth. Ziyue dodged. The small success stage of Shrinking Earth allowed his speed to reach an astonishing level, far surpassing White Tiger. Therefore, he was always able to dodge his opponent's attack and advance and retreat freely on the battlefield. Then, he would find an opportunity to shoot out a beam of divine light of obliteration. 1, 2, 3 divine light of obliteration, divine light of obliteration, divine light of obliteration. Ziyue didn't seem to be tired or afraid of exhaustion. He constantly shot out beams of divine light of obliteration. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.